It's just a very fine day to start a new settlement. Hello everyone and welcome to New Cycle once again. Now the game's been out for over a year and there's been a lot of updates for this one and I want to check it out again. We're playing on one of the new maps that we have available for this survival city builder that is very promising and very complex. So let's get cracking right away. We have this beautiful map here that I haven't seen before and it's gorgeous. It has beautiful big beaches. We can zoom in all the way here and it also gets lots of dense forest around us, some bushes, further land and a nice mountain. And you know what? I love to go hiking, so I think this element should be close to the mountains, so we always have a nice hiking trail just on the side of my settlement. Let's start with our very first thing that we need to get started here. Really, this is a monster, this game. It has lots of tiers of populations, lots of production chains. It has conveyor belts now with the latest updates. It has trains and of course also a map that we can explore further. So for starters, we need that that building, really, that camp. Let's just see, we have the beach over here. So we probably should align this camp somewhere into this area here. I don't care about the trees, we're gonna chop them down anyway, right? So let's start with our very first camp somewhere here in the middle of the forest, where we have then lots of different expansions that we can go to. So probably just somewhere here, and with that, off we go. The foundation of a new settlement has started with that. And yeah, 35 people we have. We're also getting a nice message here. By the way, we're playing in sandbox mode. That is the endless mode for this, with all the challenging parameters intact. We're still getting side missions here and a general guideline to get us through the game. The game also offers an extensive campaign mode. You're now the governor of this little community. It's been nearly half a century since the first solar flare. In the initial moments of the catastrophe, we lost our entire technological infrastructure, our means of global sourcing, and almost everything that we can share as a civilization. The following years were humanity's darkest, having to wrestle with constant impossibility and despair. From battles fought with sticks and stones to nuclear wars, we ended up destroying ourselves, what little the sun had left for us. So that's our main theme, the sun. That we need to survive, kind of like, and we are gonna go ahead without the tutorial here as well. Now with that little camp, we're starting our resources that we need to get cracking up, because those people want to drink and eat, and that's the very first souls of the story outpost that we have. So let's get started with my resources. We got some basic ones available right now. There's going to be a whole lot more with research, but for now we're starting with those. A field camp that provides logs and stone would be my very first idea, and let's get the field camp some over there, because we get some wood and some stone close by, so we can kind of like make this one into a nice area for that as well. Also, there's some iron that we can take as well. Next in line, a gathering camp, very important, because we also need to start producing some food. We got the meat, we got the herbs, we got the mushrooms. Mushrooms is probably the most important one early on, because we can't collect meat yet. So let's start with the mushrooms right over here at the edge of my town as well. Also very important, we need a well for water. Let's just check it out that we can get some water in, some water veins, not only one, but several of them. They're gonna start then the water production for us. And let's get the well over here. There's 2 water veins, as we can see. It's rich, and for that also start the construction. Gonna take a while because those workers will need to get over there now. Gonna take a suitcase with them to get to their location, and also delivering the resources. And what I like about this game is how flexible the engine feels, right? So you can really zoom in close and just enjoy then your city with forests around you, and you can also just zoom out all the way like this. And so it already happens that we finished our very first camp, and here we can now assign the first people to logs and to stone. That's gonna be absolutely important to get us more buildings on the way. The other ones are under construction right now here. Gonna take your time. And once this is finished, we can also assign them. For my next building, a lumber camp, I would like to start my industry zone. So we're gonna need a whole bunch of industrial buildings down the road, and I would like to have them a bit further away from the center right away. So let's start with my industry zone some over there. Not too far away though, because we don't want to have the transportation times too big though. There's also a natural road, it seems, right, that we can use for our advantage here. and this one goes then all the way down to the beach. So that's also a pretty nice location for it, I think. Let's just check it out, where we should have this very first building here, and that's going to be a lumber camp. And this one here is a bit noisy, so it makes sense to me to also keep it away, where we can then process logs into planks and also into firewood. Both of them we're gonna need. Right now we are in spring, so in this case here it's warm, right? But winter is also coming, and for this we need to prepare then some firewood as well, and shelter, of course. If I'm not providing shelter on my own, those people will just build camps themselves until we have provided shelter. They don't like this so much though, so morale is probably going down. We also have our population here, the workers right now. We also have then the craftsmen and the specialists down the road. For the worker here, we are supplying then water right now, and then the food, and all of this affects the morale, which in turn affects their efficiency. So if I'm not caring for them, efficiency goes down. That means production goes down, and sooner or later my economy collapses. So that's probably the most important thing we should work out for. The well has been built. Now, as you can see, it needs a road connection, right? This one here is not fully operational until that. So negative 33% is the penalty right now. That's still enough water though. It's 72 water we consume, 70 per day. So we are producing enough water, but we'll need a road connection at some point. The thing is, though, roads are very expensive. I cannot build them right now. Next in line, we have the gathering camp for the mushrooms. Let's assign 3 people, and also 3 people for the herbs right away, because that is a bit of medicine that we can use. Perfect. All of this comes out. Also, my lumber camp right over here. Also finished right now, and we can now select lumber as my next resource. There would be up to 5 people we can assign. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, let's go ahead with 5 though. Right, we need a lot of lumber down the road. Makes sense to me. Once again, this needs a road connection. That is something for later though. Alright, so some basic things are coming along. I would like to start with another field camp right away that is providing then a gathering for more logs, but also for the iron that we have there. And let's start with having this one over there as well right away. So some gathering camps, and then the industry zone for processing. Very nice. Let's have a look at research, because we need to start with that as well. We have now finished all the buildings we can build for now, and we're starting here with some basic things. So the establishment is the first one, right? And there's a whole bunch of tags coming along, right? So these are only the first 2 tiers we can see here. And basic construction is probably my next one. This unlocks me the stockpile and the kitchen. Very important that we have that. We need a bit more lumber though for this to research. Also, we need books. That is the knowledge points. Every tier of population produces them passively, and we also need them then for research. Let's check it out. What's my consumption here right now for logs? Because the game is very tight on these things, right? You need to have a close look on your numbers all the time to make sure that everything is working. There's gonna be some massive production chains, so having those numbers right is always the go-to. As we can see, we do have some wood here again. I would like to ramp it up further, because we really need a lot of logs, and we have the workforce. Iron is something we still need to unlock. That would be for this area then. Having now the lumber, let's continue with my basic construction as my research, and this is gonna take some time, 24 hours. In the meantime, season switches to summer. It's raining right now. Everything is cozy. 2 children were born, so we are growing a bit right now. And we have finished our next development. That is my research. And this gives me now a very important building, really. That is the soup kitchen, but also the stockpile. The stockpile is, of course, where all the resources are coming together. And for me, it makes sense to have this, of course, close to my industry zone, to my future one. So I'm probably going to place it somewhere here, also just along the road here. And those trees, of course, they're going to vanish then soon. Another thing that's super important now is the soup kitchen, and this will provide then food that we can give to my population. And where should we have those kitchens? Probably also somewhere here in the back. We're going to need a lot of them. So I'm actually going to start with my kitchens over here. We can have a whole bunch of them over there then as well, down the road. You know, down the road. Okay, not the best one here. Next in line, we have the stockpile coming along. There it is. And with that, we also get additional stock now, or additional storage that we can have, and also a nice overview over all my stocks so far. I will need to build another well. These are very cheap. And let's place it over there. They also don't need workforce, right? So they just passively generate water. And the reason for this is we are generating a slight surplus of water right now, but that's only because we have it a nice rainy weather. If we have a drought or winter, we don't produce that much water, and we need to stockpile a bit for that as well. Strangers. The more your settlement grows, the more attention we'll get from passerbys, and the more people will be willing to join, both more frequently and in larger groups. And 9 workers would like to join. I'm gonna accept them right away, because why not? And next in line, we have the living standards that I would really like to get cracking, because this gives me shacks, houses that we need to build for my first city district then as well, or village district. Okay, the well has been built. Gonna need this because we are also now finishing the field kitchen just on time. There it is. And with that, we can now start with our very first meal, the simple meal. And we got a few recipes available here: fish, mushroom, meat and vegetable. And of course, mushroom is the way to go. It also consumes water. And let's assign some 4 people to this as well right away. And with that, we get some basic production now. And also we should be getting now enough food then in for my population. Even though we just got another group of strangers, so I'm not entirely sure. We might actually already need to push my gathering camp for more mushrooms. So there would be mushrooms over here. I guess that is the logical choice. There's not that much over there. There's 2 here, but we already have a camp there. So let's have it here. And let's try to also get the meat in. There you go. All 4 of them are in. And after some time, we also have the resources to start with the living standards. So even if crowded, people will need a safe and permanent place for shelter. And with that development finished, we can finally start with our first shacks, just on time really, as it is autumn. And yeah, let's start with our first basic buildings. I would probably like to have them here, and we're gonna keep a bit of space there to my camp, right? So that it doesn't look so crowded here. And let's go ahead and start with the first block of houses, more or less, that we can have then here. Also getting rid of some of those trees, opening up the space here a bit more for us now. There would be also then our very first service building already, the household depot, but for this we need iron and we don't have that yet. What I'm gonna need though is the lumber mill now, because this will then provide firewood for us. So I'm immediately gonna start with my next fire or lumber mill. And of course, I'm gonna have this one right over here then, just beside my other lumber mill that we have. Okay, and there's also my first shack. Hooray! It's not much, but it's a nice living space now for my people. It even has a little courtyard there. Super cute. And this is where my fellas are now going to live and reside, and also have then their demands. So entertainment, health and security they would like, but that is something I cannot provide just yet. And 10 people can live in here. Since we have 44 people, it's safe to start with those 4 shelters here. Tents or shacks. Also, this opens up another thing, and that is now my cycles, right? These are my ages. So we are in cycle 1 foundation right now. And once we have achieved knowledge 1100, build 6 shacks, 2 soup kitchens and 2 lumber mills, we can advance to the Iron Age that unlocks then a whole bunch of new things. And there's a bunch of cycles down the road, as you can see. So the game is truly massive. The next shack is coming along. Perfect. And also my lumber mill. Now, in this case, we're out of logs, or lumber, we're, you know, consuming them. So here, I'm gonna go ahead with the firewood now, and I'm gonna assign some 2 people to that. But I'm gonna make sure that it's not more than that, because I don't think we need to. Another thing that I've noticed is that we're running out of food once again. So it might be safe to build me yet another camp that is providing then food. And once again, I would like to get it so that we have... There would be fish over there. The problem though is, of course, we don't have fish researched at the moment. So it's gonna be another mushroom meat camp here that we can then expand down the road. So there you go. And so it is also winter. And it's not looking great right now for our very first winter. That is, we are almost out of food, so I don't have any mushrooms left. We cannot collect mushrooms during winter now, and I still have some simple meal left that will, yeah, well, survive us a few days, but that's about it. So let's hope that winter is not too long, because that also varies. And there would be now the mushrooms here. I can have then 3 people assigned to this again, but this will only work after winter. At least we got the shacks ready, so people have a warm place to stay, and also some firewood. Okay, this is really close. We have 44 people starving right now, but winter is already coming to an end. So the very first winter is super short, right? There it is. Spring is coming back home again. And as we can see here, 44 supply. We also have a mental stagnation because of this. So with empty stomachs, people are having a hard time to sleep. And this also reduces their knowledge generation, actually. On the other hand, we get the refreshment now because the year is over, and we got 40 morale to all classes there as well. Food production ramps up again now that mushrooms regrow. We also get a new quest, and that is with the food problem that we've just had. And set a new ration distribution. I'm not gonna do this, just hang in there. The thing is, what we can do is we can rationize the food consumption, right? So we can put it down to medium for now, or to regular. But since, you know, it's spring again, we should be fine on food. Also, we get a nice end of year statistic overview. So 0 people died from diseases. We got 9 new people joining. Also, renewable sources were replenished by 93% for this year. That's great. So there could also be years with only 30% replenishment, right? This would then be a big problem for us. But right now, everything replenished mostly. And also we completed the 2 developments. All right, mushrooms are coming in. And also my meal is coming in again. Next in line, what we can do now is finishing those missions that we have. So I still need to build 2 more shacks. And then we probably can already push to the next level. And for this, let's go ahead and have us another shack here. And another shack here. So just around my main camp. And here we can probably have a service district then. Also, I think I could go for roads now, right? But this costs me lumber, and we need lumber for research, so I would be very careful about that. We can have a basic road here in the center, like this. We can have a wide road and a narrow road for this, right? That's the wide road now. And what we can do, of course, is we can make a smaller road that goes away from here then to my industry zone. So that we start connecting now those buildings with roads. That's really important. So this one got a road connection now, my stockpile. This one got a road connection. And then we probably should also work on my kitchens here having a road connection. And I'm out of resources again. Okay, they have it anyway, right? And with that, they're working now with full efficiency. Having a nice surplus in food, but of course we want to, because we want to stockpile food. That's the important thing. Next in line, we should be closing in now on the completion of this cycle. The penalty is also gone, and with that we have reached a new cycle. And that is the Iron Age. And here we have now a whole bunch of new service buildings. We get the Fisher, the Forge, the Smith, also electricity starters with the windmill, right? And a whole bunch of new productions. But of course, we need to start researching all of this first. And with that, we're now going for the next tier. We can already see then always the next tier ahead. But for now, we're sticking to this area. Now, the hunting would be my go-to because that opens up a new source of food. But it costs me 20 iron ingots. We don't have that. So we need to start with producing iron first. And that is the metalworking techniques right over here to start. And there it is finished already. So what we can now finally do is we can use our field camp to also collect iron, right? Let's assign 3 people to that right away. We still have 7 more people available then. And they're now gonna chop or cut that iron deposit here. Gonna make sure that we get a stable supply of iron ore in. And that we can then process. And of course we're gonna process that in my industry zone. In the forge. And the forge then produces iron ingots out of that. It's a very tiny building in fact, but it's a very high pollution building. Let's have it behind my stockpile, somewhere here by the road. And yeah, let's keep a bit of a space there available too. We're gonna need a bunch of them. This is the first one. And another quest. Chief, since we can now process metals, you can give us the means to make tools. We can work without tools too, but this will tire us physically and mentally. Let's do it. So another quest. Produce 65 basic tools. But this will take some time. There is our forge, very first building, and we can now start with the iron production. It only consumes iron ore. Iron ore is coming in with 18 per day right now, and this is producing now 17 ingots per day, and that's almost equal to what we produce right now. Very good. With the iron, finally, we can also continue with better research now, and that would be the hunting, of course. I don't want to go into any trouble there anymore with food. This will give me meat and fish. A scout from another land arrives. We are representatives of a small community. Our expeditions led us to your settlement, and we were delighted to see such an advanced community here. We would like to barter with you and turn this acquaintance into a trade partnership. Okay? We'd be happy to. So from now on, there's going to be some traders coming in occasionally. Let's continue with structuring our city a bit, or our village. So I would like to make this one into a proper double road now too. All the way then to this area. And then we're also going to have this double road going up here. The next development has been finished, and with that we have now the meat production unlocked. So what I can do now, I can go to my gathering camp and have now the meat here. There would be 1,500 meat available in this region, so I'm gonna immediately assign some 2 people to that to also start the meat production. The important thing about this is that meat replenishes also during winter, and in that case it also gives me a raw hide, another resource that we can then process into more later down the road. Alright, we got the iron. I'm thinking about the power grid now, because this gives me the windmill and also a medical shed. We need both of these things. The electricity is important because the smith needs electricity, right? 80. So let's go ahead and build the smithy. Once again, I'm gonna just make sure that we have this cosmetic road a bit in mind here too, just because I like the look of it. And there you go. Also getting rid of some trees again. Starting with my smith. The idea would be also to have the heavy industry more or less here by the mountain, right? And the city then grows towards that as well. The same goes with the other side, where we have plenty of room to grow right now. When it comes to water, it's looking fine. Since roads are actually rather affordable for us now, I would like to continue adding road connections, especially to my well, to also push its production, right? From 72, it should go up then to 96. That's quite a lot, especially when we also do it with the other well that we have. The next development has been finished, and this unlocks now the windmill. Let's check it out real quick. It takes iron now. And yeah, for the windmill, the most important thing to understand is we don't need workforce for this, nor does it need a road connection. We just want to have it in places where there's a good amount of electricity around it. That also means wind, right? So over here, there would be wind. Here we could produce a bit of it, but it's not a lot. Here, as you can see, production goes up quite a bit. So this looks like a nice wind park that we could create here. And yeah, let's go ahead and do this by placing us the very first windmills in this region. Probably over there. I would like to start with 2 right away, as we can afford them. Gonna take a while to construct them because they're a bit far away, but it's gonna be worth it. The smith has been constructed in the meantime, over here. And the smith has now the tools production. And this one takes lumber and iron ingots. Gotta make sure that we have both of them available there at all times now. And I'm gonna push another 2 people into that. That's not a lot though. Tools we have now, but I think it's not gonna be my full demand. Okay. Chief, a community center made up of just a few tents doesn't feel very secure. We can build something with our resources and crafting capabilities that won't topple in a gust of wind. Let's assign resources and take steps to strengthen the roof. So we should upgrade now the main hall. That's this one here. Right now we still have a camp here, right? But it can be upgraded now. And this will take quite a lot of resources that we have now fulfilled. Let's go ahead. And the construction of our main hall has started. And this will also push us then now into cycle 3, roots and branches. For this we need a whole bunch of new buildings though before we can push into that. Yep, the windmills have been finished, so we have 370 electricity available right now. We don't need power lines, fortunately, right? So you just place them there and they just contribute then to your overall electricity balance. Okay, a few more children were born. A group of merchants has arrived. Foreigners. And also, yeah, more people that would like to join us. 12 more workers. That's quite a lot that we need to accommodate. So they will also need, of course, some room again. With that, let's have another block of houses being built here. Also, a merchant has arrived. We can trade. He would take meat. And he would give us tools, ingots, or iron. We can then barter, right, with what we have. And he would actually like a lot of meat for this. Let's confirm for a symbolic gesture. But I don't really need that right now, since we're producing tools ourselves. By the way, we can now ramp it up on the tools production with the workforce that we have. Pretty sure, though, that we're gonna need more iron ore now. These 3 are no longer enough. So let's have a look. I hope that we have more iron close by. Not really. There's no iron close by. There would be iron over here. There would be iron here. And there would be iron. Oh, this is just bad. Okay. And there would be iron up here together with more logs. It's possible to make it here. It does need a road connection. The efficiency will just be reduced a bit by having not enough, or having it not close enough to my town. But luckily the game is a bit flexible there with the field cams. Okay, another objective completed. We have produced now 65 tools and fulfilled the promise with that. Probably could ramp it up then soon on the firewall production as well. And we're out of iron ingots, so we do need another forge as well. Already, right? So I'm gonna have my next forge then here as well. Might actually be safer to have it here by my smithies, right? So I'm gonna have the future forges all assigned here actually. Public health. We know we are no place to make excessive demands, but this is a fundamental issue. Community health is deteriorating to the point that we may start losing many of our fellows soon. So we need to start with that. We need to push the regular health up a bit. Increase the worker class health above 40. So we need a medical shed. This one here consumes some electricity. We can make herbal tea, medicine and sponges in this building. And it also provides then some healthcare coverage. So there it is. And we should make sure that we have it then somewhere here, for example, where we can get a lot of tents in, right? So this would be my very first building that we have. Let's just make sure that it looks right, like so. Quite the thunderstorm we have also in the back. And there it is, the medical shed, providing now health to all the shelters here. And in addition, we could make then something out of that, but we haven't researched any of these yet. That's not gonna happen. So next in line we have the simple production plants. This is then herbal tea, for example, and also leather that we can produce. I think we're not gonna make it on time. Ah, I think we did. There you go. Nice. The passive bonus was already enough for it, as we have provided that. We can then boost it further by providing tea, for example. Yep, let's also have... Oh, there it is. Might need another road connection then here. Actually, you know what? This is main road territory. That goes then all around my main camp here. Or main area. By the way, the main hall has been upgraded. So there it is in all its glory. And there it is also now, herbal tea unlocked. And we can now start producing that. Next in line would be then the community needs the tavern and meat. So let's go ahead and get this one done. That would be my last research. And we should also work on another forge and another windmill. Forge wise, we need more iron still. We don't have that. And windmill we can provide though, I think. There it is, 12 iron ingots. So let's build me another windmill. In my windmill park. It's winter now, by the way, and we're sitting on 1,300 food. So this winter, no one is gonna starve. We also have enough water. As the year 2 is coming to an end. 6 children were born. This is a lot, actually. Okay, development has been achieved. And also 30 roofs. What is that? Build 3 more shacks. We need more shelter. Let's go ahead and do this. And let's just make sure also that, of course, they're all within the range of my service buildings. Gonna have another one here. And probably another one then here. And now we have unlocked the tavern. That would be somewhere over there then, just beside my medical tent. We can already build it, so I think we do. Yes. Let's build the tavern too. Just along the main road. Okay, what do you want? Our transition to settled life will bring with it dozens of issues that need to be resolved. Rules and regulations will be needed to keep everything in order and running smoothly. As our leader, it will be up to you to make the final decision. Alright. And we need to decide now on the means of trade. We've come to believe that we are now entitled to some freedoms. We'll continue to comply with our assigned work schedules and perform our duties. However, anyone who doesn't want it to get up in the morning and go to work should be able to buy some extra rest by selling his share of food or some other supplies. Oh, that's actually a tricky one. We do get morale, but we do lose workforce. No, I'm not gonna do this. Dude, we're fighting for our life here, right? And you want to take days off? Doesn't sound right. By the way, in winter we have no mushroom production, but we have a lot of meat. So I'm gonna switch now my soup kitchen to fried meat. This will only consume meat. So one kitchen works on meat, the other one is working on mushrooms from now on, right? Because we wanna get the simple meal storage up here. Also, we finished the 3 shacks. Gives me a small morale boost. And losing hope. Morale is rather low, and we need to increase this now. It's winter, so morale usually is lower in winter. So we'll just see what happens in spring. We could increase, though, water to extra. This increases morale, right? And also, we should have enough food to provide extra food rations for everybody. Plus, also the tavern is getting finished now anyway. There it is. It's a pretty cool looking building, by the way. Just along the main road here. And this one's providing entertainment. Morale goes up. And we have finished the objective. Actually, I'm gonna reduce the food again immediately, because I really don't want to stretch myself here too much. And as you can see, winter takes way longer this year. So this is completely random. Some winters are very short. This one is pretty long. So it still takes some time before spring happens. There's another building we can build now, the household depot. So this is a distribution building that provides means like firewood to the surrounding area. So I'm gonna place it also in my service sector here. With this, we are getting all of the services in, right? So all of the shacks are being then reached by that. And here is another main road. Probably gonna make a small road though. I don't want to have too many main roads all the time. So this is probably just a smaller road. Like so. Oh, we're out of resources for this. No more stone. There it is. Household depot provides firewood now to the area. And this one provides happiness then as well. And with that, people have entertainment and health now provided. Very nice. The year is over. We can also see it once again. 98% replenishment this year. Nice. Thank you. Also 5 new developments. We completed 17 new structures. No event so far. And with that, a new year starts. Also, this is the end of this episode. I hope you enjoyed this one. Don't forget to leave a like behind, and we continue onwards in the next episode of New Cycle. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone. Hello and welcome back to New Cycle. How very good of you to join and stick around to our small camp that even has a tavern now as of last episode, and people enjoy this one right away. Also with our newly powered network that we have with our electricity that we produce. Now in the last episode we laid the foundation. In this episode already 11 children were born. Holy cow, like we need to be careful that we are not growing too quickly here, otherwise we're gonna run into other problems again down the road, and one of them is food, of course. Now for food, it's looking actually rather fine right now. We could still be a bit more proactive about this one, and that means that I'm providing more productions. We have the meat that is now coming in, and I would like to use more workforce on this, right? So it's 3 now, it was 2 before, because we are actually running out of meat already. And don't forget, the meat is what we're producing all year round, but it's a bit low or slower than the mushrooms, for example. Also, we got our camp over there, and this one doesn't have meat, unfortunately, so I'm probably... there it is. And we have exactly 3 more people, so I'm gonna have 2 more people assigned to this gathering camp here now for the meat. And then a bit further over here we have a bit more iron, and boy, we need it. We're out of it again. I mean, we have a very good ingot production right now. There's the 3 miners here working this. It should be fine. It should be fine, right? Let's just monitor this a bit closely though. I don't need raw iron ore. And by the way, since we have survived the last winter so nicely, we also get a nice small success boost here by plus 20 morale to all class sets. That is another nice efficiency boost we're getting out of it. We continue with more windmills than ever. So I'm gonna go ahead and have 1, 2 and 3, because we're gonna need them as well for my upgrade that we have. The sound of stability. We rapidly evolved from a small camp into a proper village. People are the cornerstone of the fast growing stable community. Their needs and their well-being should be prioritized. Of course. Of course. What do you think I'm doing here? We have now a new building as well, the small work hall. This one provides tea and leather in production. We need actually 2 of them right away, because it can only produce 1 good at the same time, right? So let's just check it out where we could have one like this. I'm thinking about the other side here again, right? Because there is my industry area already. We could also make it down here. Something is blocking here. Cannot build something there. It looks fine to me though. No idea what's going on. For some reasons this one's not entirely working out for me. We're just gonna have that over here then, just beside the road that we have there again. Just check it out. There is 1 and there is 2, so that we have both of them. And of course we will need a road connection for these guys too. This is then the road that leads right into this over there, right? My stockpile, very important that we have it here. And then also my forge. That's that. We have the windmills, and then we just need 1 more forge and a bit of knowledge, and then we could already advance to the next cycle. By the way, probably should also work on a few more residential houses. So that's my shacks. Let's check it out. I think this would be fine too. And also my road could probably go like this, a bit further. And then I would like to have my road going around here, like so. Oh, we're out of resources again. For stone especially. That's something that I don't like so much. Let's have it here. And I will need another field camp for more stone. Stone is over here. I would like to try and get it in with iron, perhaps. That's not possible. But rock and wood is possible here. That looks great. And it's also not too far away from my village. Okay, we have finished that and got the morale. So my people are actually really happy right now. And we get 100% efficiency out of that. Super sweet. By the way, with that, what I could do is I could raise my workforce. Right? I could increase the workload for everyone higher because we can afford it now, honestly. Let's do it. While we have a great workforce, this pushes now all of my productions. Okay, the work hall has been finished right over here. And now we can choose these products here that we have. And one of them would be herbal tea. And the other one would be leather. In that case, this needs also herb. This needs herb and water again. So we gotta make sure here that we always have this available then. Let's assign one person to that at the moment. The herbal tea that is coming out of that will then be distributed right into my medical shed and boosts the efficiency of the health boost that we're getting out of this, right? Makes people happier and also more durable. Let's continue with a few more houses, especially over here. So I'm just gonna proactively create another block over here. And once again, we're gonna make sure that we have all of these buildings in here affecting them positively. There's still one more thing that's missing, that's security, but we're gonna check it out later. We have a dry summer. That means that my water consumption goes up and my water production goes down a bit. Shouldn't last too long though, so this is a weather event that we have. If we had any farms at this point, we will also get affected by this, of course. 2 more children became adults. That's greatly appreciated. That would be my new camp here, so they can work right away as a stonecutter. Well, we're gonna need that. Next in line, we have a new building that we should also provide, and that's the cemetery. Right now, we don't have any place where the dead can rest, and we already have a dead person, right, out of sickness. So let's go ahead and have this cemetery, probably not in the center. We could also have it here by the beach. That's actually a pretty cool location here. Also by this small rocky formation. Or really, just over here by this rock, by this mountain top that we have. And right here along the main road. Goes down all the way. And in this case, what we still need to have though is then a road that connects this one as well. It's a tiny road though, going all the way down. And there it's finished. I like it. It's the basic foundation of a cemetery, right? A few people. One is now in here, laid to rest. It also increases morale, of course, and reduces sickness rates when people can get buried right away at designated spots right over there. Alright, a group of travelers appears. Where are they? This means workforce. But 4 children grew up anyway, so this is what we can use for another herbal tea output. Let's push another person. And here we have now the leather. Or we could also go with the meat, honestly. This would still require the honey that we don't have yet. But this is another nice booster. Let's go ahead and get this one done. For this we need the apiary. We should have it somewhere. There it is. Provides honey. And it doesn't even cost that much. What we need for this though is fertility in the surrounding area. So we could have one here. But this is a bit close, right? We could have one here. But for that, efficiency would be too low. Oh, really? It's actually the best spot for it. Let's try to stay away from the village as much as possible though. So just here, I would like to have my very first one. Because with that we can really start pushing meat. And I need that for my tavern. The merchant has arrived again. He would only give me iron ore. Seriously? I don't need you. I still also need to build another forge. This would provide me more iron, but more importantly, it will advance us to the next era. Gonna go ahead and build it here. And this one's already done. Honey. And it only needs 1 person working this. It consumes once again water. So water consumption goes really up at this point. It also needs connection to my road network. We have this one here. Chopping some trees. And having this connected now. Very good. The last forge is being finished right now. There it is. We can once again assign someone to that. And with that, we can now start a new cycle. And of course, we should do it. Let's go. Cycle number 3. And with that, we're getting a whole bunch of new productions. Mining, for example, would be available now. A kiln, a pit for brick production. And very important, and probably the most important addition here, the Scouts Guild and the Technical Bootcamp. Scouts Guild unlocks us the scouting on the world map. And the Technical Bootcamp allows me to get my tier 2 population in. Very important that is. Now for this, of course, as always, we need to start with some basic tech. That is now over here. And for this, we should be starting with, as far as I know, yep, building statics, because this gives me the bricks, my next construction material. And there it's already finished. Very good. By the way, could we just go ahead with the next one right away? Yep, that would be the vocational training. Let's start this one immediately. And let's have a look at my pit that we have now. This produces either stone, clay or sand. It also consumes 290 electricity. Now we have that. The good thing about the pit is that it doesn't require soil fertility or, you know, deposits in the ground. We can basically place it wherever we want to. And I think for this one, I don't know what these blocks are. Like this one here, there's something that's blocking my buildings here, but there's nothing, it's just bushes. There's also no overlay or anything like that. I cannot place anything on this block there. Super strange. Right, so we need to fill our way around that. There's another 2 blocks here that I cannot use. We can place a bunch of pits here, and I would like to do this just by the mountain, right? So let's start with number 1. Oh, look at that. We're also digging into the mountain here. And of course, I also want to have a road, if that's possible, because you never know where these blocks are, right? And probably just gonna make it then... Oh, wait a second. Let's make it like so. There you go. It's a bit cleaner. Chief, we need proper preparation to sustain our life here. One of the most important lessons of the past 50 years has been that we can't rely on the seasons to behave as we expect. The fickle atmosphere can breed hellish heat waves and freezing colds in any geography. This state has only worsened with time. It would be foolish to expect it to get better from here. We need to stock up on our essential needs. Prepare a stockpile of 5,000 water. Actually, we are close to this. To survive any incoming catastrophes. Okay, the pit is important. This one we can also have done right away with the kiln. So here we then process that into bricks. I would also like to have the kiln then somewhere over here where we already have my work areas, right? Can we squeeze it in here? Oh, this would be great. Like so. And I probably will also need another stockpile in this area then at some point soon. Okay, but so far this is fine. Water-wise, I could provide another well somewhere. We're pushing a lot of consumption now anyway. There you go. Okay, it's winter. We have a lot of mushroom. It's pretty neat. So food is fine again. Let's aim to increase our population to 100. Arbitrary number, but okay. Group of strangers appears. 18 workers. Holy cow, that's a lot. 18 new people that joined. I think those shacks are almost... No, we still have plenty of space. But this brings us almost to 100 now. The kiln has been finished, the pit, sorry. Here we can get now the clay out, right? And I can just push workforce in to produce clay. We can do the same thing with stone then, with another pit that we want to have. And of course, also now here, my kiln with the bricks. This consumes quite a bit. Stone, clay, and water once again. But it's important, because we want to push all of this. But we'll need... I should actually prepare another pit already for stone, right? Otherwise we might be running out of that soon. Okay, next development has been finished, the technical bootcamp and the processing yard. This brings me to surveillance with the scout skill. For this we need paper. That's a new resource that I don't have yet. And cultivation would be my first farm, but we lack the stone. So far, nothing else can be researched. And with grown fast, Chief, knowledge will gain more and more importance as we keep growing, and we should make sure that we can store knowledge on paper. And for this we need to start processing or producing 400 paper. Ooh, that's a lot of stone. Can we have another field camp? This one? That's a well. So there is stone here, right? Year 3 is over. Renewable resources replenished by 97%. Water balance increased. Developments, nothing else happened. Oh, my food happens. With the latest addition of people, we are not producing enough food anymore. So another problem arises. Let's finish this camp here first though. For the stone. And logs. There it is. And let's have 3 people for logs and 3 people for the stone here. As another income. Thank you very much. Next, let's go down to the beach area. Because here we should be able now to build me a fisher for fish. My next resource. Oh, please let me build it somewhere here. There's my village. So I might have that fisher just somewhere here. There you go. And have me a road connection from this road then here. Because the fisher will definitely need some roads. And for this, what we can also do is a 3rd soup kitchen now. So one is now focusing on meat, the other on mushroom, and this one here is gonna focus on fish. Can't squeeze it in here. Got these blocks again. Holy cow. Cannot build here. There's nothing here that blocks it. Bunch of bushes. Cannot get rid of them anyway. Can I build a road on it? Okay, I can build a road on it. Perhaps we can destroy it this way. There's the road. Let's delete the road again. Nope. It's there again. So nothing I can do about this, unfortunately. We need to have these kitchens somewhere else. Yeah, let's have it here in this tiny block there. Where we have the space still. Okay, we lost a bit of morale there. No idea why. Water is coming in still stable enough. And we got the bricks now rolling, so we should also be able to go for... this one we already have, the vocational training. There's the processing yard. But I think paper was the lumber mill. There it is. Let's provide the next lumber mill. Probably gonna start over here now. What is next production? Firewood, there it is, paper then, lumber. By the way, do we have a fully employed one? Yes, we have, okay. There's the next kitchen. We're gonna go with the fish now. 4 people for this. Processing now the fish. And by the way, the fishery has been finished. Let's go ahead with fish. We are also producing, I think, tallow. Yeah, tallow and organic waste out of this one. Doesn't have a road connection. That's a pity. There it is. Now we have the road. And we got ourselves a fisher. And the fishing production is up. And with that also we're producing now fish soup for all those people who like it. There we have already my lumber mill with the paper production. This also consumes logs again. So we gotta make sure that we always have enough logs in. Speaking about stone, by the way, we're producing a lot of stone right now. We have finished the pit, that's great. So we would have now the ability to produce even more stone. But I think for now we have a nice balance. I would rather use my workforce probably to go for another logging camp. We'll just see. Okay, specializations kicks in. And that's now my craftsman that they want me to build. Training craftsman. I should also continue providing electricity again. So we have this in my windmill park over here. Let's just see that we can get rid of some more trees. There you go. Okay, we finished the paper production. Very nice. And with that we can also now start a new tack, that is the surveillance with the scout skill, because I really would like to start with that quickly. And there it is, and with that we have access to my Scouts Guild. Let's have it not in the industry zone, but in fact let's have it here at a bit of my outer town area over here, where we haven't any development so far. Close by we could also have the technical boot camp, so this educates then workers. Let's also have this up here. And there it is, and with that we can create now scout teams. Number 1 and number 2. And with that we have now access to the world map. That's pretty important. And this opens up the game a bit further, and it introduces then some new more mechanics that we need to get cracking. For now I do have 2 points available. The first one is the valley. Let's send the first scout team over there. And we go to the highlands up here with scout team number 2 that we can get it to. Gonna take some time, and we'll just see what they find out here. Okay, group of travelers appears. Where are they? There they are. That's new workforce coming in, but also more mouths to feed. We've also started now our technical boot camp over here, where we can now start training craftsmen. Let's start with number 1, right? Cost me some paper and tools, and we can use them in production buildings then for efficiency upgrades. Alright, space-wise we are fine, right? Yep. I would also like to work on my security bonus then. I think we haven't researched it yet. Where's my security? And also my first craftsman has been trained. So we can train quite a few of them at the same time. Right now it's only 1. We're gonna need more soonish. And yes, my stockpile is almost full, as we can see. So I do need to provide another one. So let's have stockpile number 2 somewhere in this industry zone then that we are building here. So around that we can have way more buildings now. Oh no, one of my windmills got destroyed by a lightning strike. And we need to rebuild it. Message number 1 from my scout. Uncharted territory. There's a large area here that is empty. The few woods may harbor small prey, and judging by the weedy ground, water can be found without going too deep below. So here we would have log, meat and water as possible resources in this area. That's for outposts and later, right? So that's the valley. And this valley now holds another 4 points of interest here for us. Oh, by the way, the group of strangers, we should accept 14 new mouths to feed. Hooray! And let's start with, yeah, sending my scout to this interesting point here. We've also arrived at the highlands. And here, it's a rocky ground. We have iron ore here, for example, that we can exploit. And once again, let's send my scout here to these. And with that, we've also unlocked now a whole bunch of new territories around this, right? Where we can find more things down the road then. Might be interesting if we can have... I would probably like to go for another scout guild then soon. Let's start trading again. You've got nothing that I would need. Report from the scout. Although the soil and surface don't seem like they will yield anything, the trees can be made use of. So another crop of trees to rest the shade. That's basically the only thing we got out of this. There's my logs. So this opens up now the resources that we have. Okay, it's winter. It's a pretty harsh winter this time around. Health is also reduced. And water consumption is increased. So yeah. Another very important development is weaving. I would like to go ahead with this. This unlocks then clothes that we can use to offer better protection against the cold. And also against any kind of accidents and whatnot. Plus we should have plenty of leather now in. Or raw hide that we can use to make clothes out of it. With a harsh winter, the health is deteriorating right now. We got 3 sick as well. And as we can see also, my clothing distribution rate also counts towards a worse condition for my people. So this is something we should get cracking ASAP, though this is not the longest winter, so it would be fine for this year. Also development completed with the tailor now. let's get it going right away. Costs 170 electricity, quite a bit for just one tailor. And yeah, we can squeeze it in cozily in here. Number 1, and then probably a second one here too. Okay, we found something else, potential water source in this province over there. And there is coal that we found over here that we could use. And you found me another water source over here. It's great, we're gonna need all of this because at some point my map is not enough anymore. Very good. At least the winter's over. A pit staff died. Oh no, someone died here. Work accidents, they happen. Let's push the meat production a bit and also my herb production a bit. We have so much workforce right now, we should really use them. There's now my tailor, and now we have then the tanned leather. We're not producing leather yet though. Oh, my mistake. We need another small work hall. Gonna have this one right behind the other one. Here. Gonna have another road here. Just around that stockpile here. Right, and then we can produce the leather and then the clothing with that. And as we can see, there is now a craftsperson we can employ here. And this would boost the output of this dramatically. So I'm gonna wait on that for the leather to come in and then we start with it. Logs. Always the logs. Another field camp over here should be golden. And there was one here. Field camp. No, this one. There's also an empty spot here that we can still use. There's my small work hall. Let's go ahead. Leather. It is 4 people. They're now consuming herb, the rawhide, and once again logs. Yeah, problematic to say the least. And here we are now producing then the clothing. I'm gonna take a craft people, and then we also need normal workforce there as well to get this going. For this year, only 80% of my resources replenished. Right, it's water, mushroom, meat, and fish. 14 new people joined. 33 children were born, and also 2 destructive accidents that killed people. Nothing I can do about this, but it's getting a bit harsher now. We can feel it. A barren land, there's nothing here. And my other scout team found another water source that we could potentially use to our advantage. Alright, next in line, research-wise, we're pretty much done now. Let's start with the mine serving, I think, or the cultivation. Yeah, let's go with cultivation for now, and then the mine serving. Both of them are gonna be important. Okay, let's also employ more people now to my field camps. This one's finished. Nothing else that we get out of this one, unfortunately. And this one here. That's more logs. Now, that fisher could also use a craftsperson in it. And we should be doing that because we're constantly running out of fish. I still don't have enough fish for just one kitchen. So I'm gonna train another craftsperson now. We're gonna do this more and more down the road. Probably gonna start with right 2. So the processing industry especially needs it then. All of them. And this would then push the production here, right? So this is workforce 75 now. And with the craftsperson, we're at 115 efficiency. So almost 30% boost you're getting out of a craftsperson there. And yeah, there it is. Clothes are coming in. Very nice. This should really make my people a bit more happy now. Clothing, there it is. Gives me a morale boost of 6 in addition. I still have my increased working efficiency. I'm gonna reduce this now again. Otherwise we're getting the exhaustion penalty. And I don't want that. So I'm gonna reduce it again. We're producing now a bit less of everything. But people should be happier. Possible hunting grounds. And huge mineral deposit that we also found down here. And I'm gonna send my scout now to this area, to the shoreline. That's a new territory. And up here we have the meat and we have the mountain area up here. Gonna send my scout to. Don't have any outposts yet, right? We need to research this first. So for my next cycle moving forward, we would need then 2 fields, 1 more kiln, and a bit more knowledge. No, I think knowledge we have. Just need my kiln, another one that I can provide. So just beside this one. kiln number 1. And the other one will then be coal, most likely. And then we need the fields, right? That is something that provides another source of food for me. Yeah, and we're already tight again on food. By the way, these kitchens, we can have craftspeople in there too. I'm gonna train a few more now. 1, 2, 3. We have the paper and we have the tools for this. 3 more we're training. And I think for this one... Oh, we need to upgrade that building first, alright. Also, we're going down on tools now. That's because we have more people and every person you have needs tools as a supply. It's gonna kick in now. You know what? I'm actually gonna get rid of this cosmetic road that we have and just gonna build more roads, more buildings on that. This one here is gonna be a main road now. Right? And this natural road just ends here then. Here we're just gonna build more buildings. It's just looking very stupid otherwise. 19 children became adults. What? Holy cow. That's a generational boost. Lots of more workforce. Lots of more mouths to feed. And we're out of food. That fish is still not working. Honestly, I don't know right now why we can't use a craft person here now. We do have them. I think we need to upgrade this building first. Could be the case. I will need another fisherman though. Can we place it right beside the other one? Yes, we can. Let's do this immediately. We need more fish. Training completed. 3 more craftsperson people. Getting out of it, so I think I can relax on this again a bit. What we're gonna need as well is now the fields. Kale yard it's called, and these produce vegetables for us. Now they will also take a lot of space, and on top of that we need to have them once again in a fertile area, right? So up here would be possible. We could also say over here at the other end of town. This is fine, right? Because we don't need to have all of this together clumped. So I think here is fine for one big kale yard that we can have. This is a nice area. By the way, do they share? Yes, we can have the other one behind it too. Or over here. Oh, this would be not so great. But I think up there is fine. And of course, they will need a road connection though. My city is here. The kale yards will be over there. So I'm gonna make my main road here. Camp, main road, and this is the main road that goes then to those fields. And then just up there, and also to this field camp that we have over here. This is gonna take some time now, I bet. The fisherman though is finished in the meantime. Fish it is. Got the workforce. And the farming is there. Nice. Starting some proper farming now. That's the vegetables. That's a new source of food. And with that, year 5 is coming along just fine. We're closing in on the next cycle upgrade. I hope you enjoyed this one new cycle. I love it so far. Very tight gameplay. Beautiful. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone. Hello and welcome back once again to Sleepy Hollow, a thriving, well, post-apocalyptic colony that we have right here. And yeah, we have a guest. What's this guest about to say? Excuse my haste, I've come a long way and you're the only group of people I've come across. I need your help. I am a member of a village of 20 people and our water wells have run dry. We couldn't find a permanent solution. With our situation worsening day by day, fellow villagers like me have gone to seek help. Okay. And we're ready to do whatever we can. We provide water, simple meat and basic tools, and they hopefully help us in some way later. There you go. Gonna do this. We're the good people here, of course. And in this case here, guess in need. Fulfilled. And we're delivering that now over. So wait for Carl and her people to arrive. 20 new mouths to feed. Let's just check it out over here. We are running out of shelter, so I will have to provide more housing now. So we're gonna finish another block over here. This should still be fine. Yes, we're still getting all of the people in. By the way, we have a new type of road now. The cobblestone road with our next age upgrade that we can do now, by the way. New cycle 4 has arrived. And with that we get the farms, the residence upgrade finally to my shacks, a new storehouse, the cobblestone roads, smelters, a store, maintenance buildings, and a whole bunch of new products as well down the road. Like garlic bread, holy cow, life quality will skyrocket with that, finally. Over here, by the way, our latest farms, we should bring them to work now because we need more food, and that's now the vegetable. It consumes a lot of water though, right? So let's just see how we will do this. Let's start with this one. This one could have herbs then, but let's keep it with the vegetables for now. And that also leads then to me having to build another soup kitchen once again. We were already at the point where, you know, we cannot build anything here. So instead of pushing into my village here, I would like to start having those soup kitchens then here along the main road as well. So I don't care about the road that we have here anymore. We're just going to build over that, right? Very important. That is something that is one of my main goals right now. There it is. I think the maintenance building will provide outposts for us. Is that right? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it. I have no idea where we're getting the outposts for now. It's also not here. Because I really need more of that. We also need more water again. Now, this is getting a bit tight now, right? Because we have a lot of wells already. We already have one now here. I'm gonna have another one here by my windmills now. And as you can see, we are slowly but steadily now running out of water veins. I think this is a rich one here, is it? It's an okay one. I should also connect those roads that we have, those wells that we have, with roads, so that we push their productivity. Right, so this goes all the way now to my next village. This cost me 60 lumber and 120 stone, but it's absolutely required that we do this. The same goes with this well over there. Let's make a connection. As expensive as it might be. Pretty nice animation there, but we want to push more water. It's really important. Merchant appears, I don't care. Messenger is the shoreline we have found now. There's meat, water, iron, and logs on it. And by the way, my next soup kitchen, let's enable, the vegetables. It will also consume water again. Let's assign 4 people to that. My next shelters have been finished. All of them get the maximum bonus. Perfect. And then we can and should finish this block here, right? I'm gonna leave a bit of space. The reason for this is I don't know how big the security building will be. So we'll just see. And then we can have more buildings now around that. So another shelter here. Another one here. And then we could have more here. But once again, I don't know what we will need exactly. So I'm gonna wait a bit. Alright, that's another thing going. Holy cow, another 16 children grew up and 14 children were born. Now, is there a way to control this? Workforce efficiency. I cannot do any laws at the moment. There will be laws later down the road. But for now, there's nothing I can do about this. It's just a lot of growth right now. You might call it explosion. Another big territory where there's tin ore and copper ore. Let's have a look at the map there real quick. So here we are with the shoreline, and up here we are with the mountain area. Okay, next in line. Outposts. We can do this now, because I can send workforce over, right? There it is. Yeah, build a watchtower, build a road, build a woodcutter. So in this case, the valley is of course my next logical choice. And we're gonna build a watchtower over that. It will take rations though. So let's build it, but I have no idea how we get the rations going now. Once again, I'm also going to get my windmills for my output. But this park is pretty much... Oh, we still have a bit of room over here with winds. Let's have 3 more, as I don't want to run out of electricity anytime soon. Okay, we should also be closing in on the stockpiling here, please. And we have established our very first outpost in this valley. And we can now send workforce over to this, right? This will provide... Oh, wait a second. The watchtower consumes 2 rations now. We also have an immigration effect here, right? That means that we're pulling people now from here, telling them that our village is existing and thriving, and it gives me an immigration effect. Besides that, what we can do now, should be doing now, is... There it is, a well. So this would provide water. We also have the woodcutter here. Nothing else though, right? Coal! There's coal in it. I'm very much inclined to wait before we can go for this, honestly. Okay, for the rations though, we need the tinned rations. Preserved food stored in sealed containers. This is something I don't have yet, especially since we don't need tin for this to work. Another important thing is the processing yard. With this one, we will be able to make soap, and that is something we should get going for my people. So let's have the processing yard, yeah, just behind my stockpile here. What do you have to say? We need more people. Sure. We can form small envoys and send them off in certain directions. Hopefully some of them will discover communities who are unaware of our existence. And we will be able to send small envoys to find and recruit communities in distant lands. Gonna go ahead and do this and hope that it doesn't backfire on us. Once again, just iron ore. I don't need that. I mean, sure, it's nice, right? But I don't need iron ore right now. What I need is indeed my processing yard and more research. Check it out. Mining survey. We need that actually. Building static we have finished. We have finished surveillance. We have finished the cultivation. So this is the last one. Mining surveying. Steam generators, copper ore, coal, and a mine. Scout team, log source. This is one of the last productions we have now, right? And then we could already push on to the next tier. Water is now full, very good. Simple meal is still climbing, especially now with vegetables coming in as well. And there's now my processing yard. And here we can produce manure that we can use then on farms to increase their efficiency. We can also now process soap though, right? Out of water. Tallow, we have a lot of tallow and we have a lot of herbs. Let's start small, 1 person working this for now. And the soap will then be distributed, I think, yep, in my household depot. Right, and this one provides then hygiene. It's also crazy, by the way, that we have such a big industry zone rolling already and such a small village only, right? But that's how it goes. It's winter again. Not ideal. And once again, 9 people grew up. This is happening really quickly right now. Finish the next development here, and that's the mining now that we have unlocked with that. We can already push for the next area now though. That would be furnaces, stable roots. So this gives me the maintenance building, a storehouse and wires. Or a divided layer gives me an upgrade to my residences. But this needs stable roots first. So let's start with this. By the way, look at all the tech that we have in this cycle. So all of this is just in the current cycle now. And the current cycle ends when we upgrade 12 residences, 6 smelters and 3 storehouses. But there's no rush. This time there's no rush. There's so many things to develop in this cycle alone that it's gonna take us some time. Now for the mine, let's build one. And as you can see, that's gonna be no easy task. So we have all these mines here and they have the surrounding area. So all the way down here by the mountain, we can have our very first mine, and I could have another one then up here right away. So here, I guess, would be a good location. Let's start with it. And this one's building then those mining shafts around it. We're also getting a small introduction. Thank you very much. We can find them now in rocky areas, and selecting a building, we can then find the ore in it. We're losing a lot of morale right now. We could distribute more food to my people. And yeah, more food might be fine. Let's get this one done. Extra rations, pushing morale a bit. Food-wise, we're fine anyway. Another problem, our need for different infrastructure for diversified needs and production chains is increasing rapidly. Our settlement needs permanent solutions that will support advanced construction methods. In addition, advanced structures will need regular maintenance. Build a maintenance building and assign workforce to it. That would be another task now. By the way, I don't know how many people there will be coming. Do we have the spots for this? Oh no, actually we don't. Because we're growing rather quickly right now. Let's build more shacks. Let's have another one down here. Another one here. And then another block here. That's not going to be enough anymore to provide my services to all of them. Okay, mining. That we have now done here. And now we can select the resources where we want to start mining and digging. Now, iron ore, copper ore, coal, and tin ore, which is still locked. For this, though, we need to analyze the deposits first. Now, that's going to be expensive, right? You can choose them here now. Like, let's say, okay, right down here, there is something, right? We don't know what it is. It will cost me bricks, lumber, and stone especially to analyze it. And let's start with that. Can we analyze 2 at the same time? We can. So let's go ahead and analyze 2 of them. The year is over. End of year 5. 5 people died from diseases, disasters, or lack of food. 37 births took place, and 50 people in total we grew. Also, 78% replenishment. Got a few more developments, and that's about it. Okay, winter's over though. We get the refreshment boost. So what I can do is I can reduce my food again. Should be doing that. And also here we have found now what? I think this is coal. And here we found tin. We find tin. Okay. Let's analyze this one. And let's analyze this one. Holy cow, that's expensive though. Okay, they arrived, Carla. That's 11 workers, 2 craftsmen, and 5 children. Okay, that's manageable. Okay, next we can now go for the residence, so the upgrade to my shacks. This will also bring me sand and glass as a new resource. The stable routes we have now, that's the store. Distribution of daily products. The maintenance building and the wire. Okay, we're gonna check it out, what this will bring in. Also, we have a high hygiene right now. That's great. That's another morale booster thanks to having soap in my household depot. Okay, my maintenance depot. I would like to squeeze in some more here in the middle of my industry zone. It's affecting the most people or the most buildings around that. It's getting a bit... we need to be really careful from now on how we expand, right? Because everything is getting very expensive. The mine would be available now, so we have now also... the tin we found the copper, we found the coal. So I could really start doing something here like copper. And we could then make bronze or copper ingot out of that at the forge. But we would need 2 more forges. So let's expand this block here with 2 more forges there. And then we can use the mine now to start with the copper. And there can be a lot of people employed to this. Let's start with 5. Now we have 50 people almost available right now as a workforce. Alright. We could also have a craftsman working here to boost the output for this mine. Let's do this. The copper is rolling. I would also like to go ahead and have my road going around these forges now. Oh, and glass, of course. Glass is coming along right now, so we should be closing in on that. There it is. We have that, we have sand, and I'm pretty sure, yep, there it is in my pit that we've already finished. So I can immediately employ 5 people, and we get now also sand out of that. In addition, I can now start producing glass. I would like to do this. Where can we do this though? Where can we get glass going? at the kiln. So we have kiln number 1. Kiln number 2 is now the glass production. Let's have some 5 people again here. And the mine is now working. Super nice. The forges are ready. They will take the copper ingot. Insulated furnaces. I cannot produce copper yet. Now that's something. There it is. There's my copper. Let's start researching this. Okay, there's also the store now. This is the household building, more or less. The household depot, we can upgrade this one, right? Let's do it, because it increases the range by quite a bit, right? It will cost me lumber, iron, and bricks. Then we can upgrade that. We can also now upgrade our normal shelters, but for this we need more glass that I don't have yet. We just started with that production. Somewhere over there it should be now, but it's not. We can change. There it is. The third layer now of goods. And there we can see now glass coming in. Okay, also the smelter with the copper ingot. We can now go ahead and also enable copper ingot. We can now also upgrade the forges to smelters, so they will push more. I think though, for now, we're fine with 2 of them. Probably, can we have? I think we can't, right? We can only have the mine going for one type of resource at the same time. So we will need several mines here to push also for more iron. And I'm probably gonna do this right away because we have the workforce, right? And what we don't have is resources. This is problematic. I will need to have another one now here. This was always meant to be a mining district anyway, right? So it's fine. But, that's the big but, I will need to move the cemetery away. I did not expect to have so many mines required. So let's have the cemetery, in fact, where I wanted to have it at first, right here by this cliff here by the ocean, right? It's a very romantic location for a cemetery. And in this case, let's build me a road that goes then right from here to the cemetery. Once this is finished, we can move or can remove the cemetery here because we can build then 2 more mines here. Already we're reaching the next storage capacity limit and I need more power. We also have the steam generator now that I could do, but I'm afraid of it. It will consume more water for sure. Steam generator. You know what? Let's try it out. Let's get the steam generator going. Yeah. In my industry zone, of course. Perhaps we can squeeze it in somewhere here. Behind my processing unit. Let's have the road and the road here. This one's coming along. Forge upgrade. Nah, let's not do this. But what we can do now is we can upgrade those here to the next level. Oh no, we need wires. Alright, another production. That needs copper. So you can already feel probably where this is all going. For this we need another smithy. Let's have that next smithy somewhere here. Nah, this is too central for me. I would probably like to have the dirty industry. Yeah. The next smithy comes in here. We could still have something bigger here. Probably like a big maintenance one or so. Right now we have full maintenance for all of these buildings. This though increases my lumber consumption, log consumption, stone consumption, and it also consumes some glass, but it's not a lot. And it's activated with 2 people now working in the maintenance depot. And there it is, my generator. No, it needs coal. Coal is something we don't have yet anyway. Also, we finished the maintenance one. Okay, there's my basic mine. We need to survey this one, this one, this one, and this one. And we're gonna get rid of the cemetery now, right? Yes, let's get rid of the cemetery. Poof. Bunch of dead people, we're now moving somewhere else. And with that, we have a bit of space again available for another mine that I'm gonna need here soon. Alright. Next in line, so the copper is something we have now. I would probably like to have this one here getting the iron done. Yeah. And this mine here works on the copper now, because copper we have close by. Right. One iron mine, one copper mine, and then we can have one mine for coal. Where's my mine? There's my mine. There you go. Just here, can we have 2 of them perhaps? No, it's just one that we can squeeze in. Should be fine. Mine number 3. In this whole area here. Alright. This will provide then more electricity. In the meantime, we can also have more windmills again. Probably pushing them a bit further over here again. Nope. There we have a bit more power. 4 more should be fine. And then we have the steam generator anyway. Ah, expansion is nice. My next development. Our sphere of influence and the diversity of communities we come into contact with require a more organized and manageable basis for trade. For this we get the guardhouse that offers the security bonus, the cobblestone roads, and also an upgrade to my store yard, that is the storehouse. Let's go ahead and get this one done. Oh, something is shaking, and I'm not drunk. It's a sandstorm. Holy cow, there it is. I wonder what we get affected by this. Workforce morale is reduced by 35 and maintenance cost in buildings is increased by 18%. I can see that we need another lumber yard soon. At least the basic mill should be coming along now. Basic mine. There it is. And with that we have the coal production now up and running. And with the coal comes now the power. With that, our very first steam generator. Start having the people employed here. I wonder how much power we're gonna make out of that. We'll see. What? 6,400 out of one steam generator. Holy cow. It's not even working at full speed yet. 8,000 it is when fully employed. That's massive. That's pretty neat. Super. And let's have the coal rolling in though, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna need lots of coal out of that. There it is. Alright. Next is the wire production. There we have it. This will cost me the copper that we produce, right? Copper. Now we have the wires. My next construction material that we're gonna need for the upgrades. And we need more copper as well. That was here. This is not fully employed yet. Let's go ahead and do this. How's my food looking? Still fine, surprisingly. Thanks to the vegetables. Water is tight though. For water, just see if we can have another well. This one? There is a well. And there is another well. Perfect. 2 more wells. And of course, outpost will then be something we need. There it is, the guardhouse. I've been waiting for this. Yeah. With this we can offer security. It will cost me wire though. Or wires, right? It's a very tiny building. If we squeeze it in here, we get most of the people in, right? It doesn't look very nice. There's probably a bigger upgrade for this coming at some point. Yeah. This one gets me in the most of them, right? And then I can also have more shacks here. At least 2 more shacks here on those sides. And then I would also like to start now upgrading my houses. Let's start with those 2 here. Once we have the wires in, 10 wires we need for that. And we produce 21 per day. So the wires are in. And we can now upgrade our first houses. More people would like to join. 11 workers. I'm gonna accept. And with that we have over 200 people living in Sleepy Hollow. There they're coming. So we have now better walls for sure. And also insulation and better roofs, right? Also security is provided now for these people. And also 2 more people can live in one of these houses. Nice. Also, since we're at it, let's upgrade the dusty road to the next tier. This actually costs me wires. Alright. Ah, look at that. Neat. Moving up in the world now. As we have now proper roads in the center of Sleepy Hollow. Another merchant. Don't need any of that. Okay, for my first province here, I'm gonna go ahead with a well that we can build now. And I'm also gonna build me a road so that we can have increased daily production of goods in this area. Scouting wise, let's send my scout to the shoreline and my scout up here to the province. That we find more resources. 20 children were born, 18 grew up. And with that, we have now an uneven balance of food especially. Is there an upgrade to my kitchens before we need to spend more on that? There it is, the electric oven, the kitchen and the bakery. Fair meal and filling meal. We need resources that I don't have yet. But we can also build a farm with grain in it. That should work out. Let's build that. I think also another fisherman would do wonders. They are also producing during winter. So let's do this. Let's get more fish out. It's not gonna be so easy anymore here. As we simply don't have... this would be misaligned. I would not like this so much. But there's no room. There's only room here. Let's get that fisherman going. And with that, we need most likely another soup kitchen. Oh yes. As much as I hate it to spam so many buildings, I hope we get the upgrade soon. Next development, that's the farm and grain. Water is fine, so I'm thinking about also having the second tier upgrade on the kale yard, but as we can see, it's not producing during winter. We're also out of vegetables for now. Let's push this one with that vegetables. So once... Oh my goodness, that's a long winter, by the way. There's no end to it yet. So now we should have access then to the... No, we don't. Where's my farm? There's my farm with grain. It uses the same fertility again of what we already have, right? So having this one over here could work out, but it's not ideal. Where do we have better conditions? That's level 2 one, level 2. 3 possible here. This would be 3 at least. Let's have 1 farm in this area for now. And start producing some grain. Running out of food could be the worst thing that happens, so we should make sure that this does not happen. That's my kitchen. That is now producing more, and we are gonna go ahead and start with the vegetable then as well. Oh, fish. Wait a second. Fish I think we have plenty of in stock. Fish we have a lot. Let's push. Push and push and push with more production. Province, there is a mining facility possible over there. It's hard to believe right now that we might be running out of resources, right? With so many mines, but the day will come. Finally, winter is over. And 87% replenishment, lots of new developments. 2 days of sandstorm was the most notable event. 11 people joined and 74 children were born. This is gonna bite us at some point, I think. Yeah, water consumption is problematic at this point. First loss. What? We lost people already. So someone died in a work accident. A lumber mill staff died and was immediately replaced. Great to hear. And there's my next fisher. There's also here the seafood. This is another type of food. It's meat, right? Let's go with fish. 3 fishermen, plus the farms. So far so good. New cycle. Gets really complex now. I hope you enjoyed this one still. Don't forget to leave a like behind, and we continue onwards in the next episode. Stay tuned! Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to a new cycle. How very good of you to join and stick around to our beautiful smaller village right now that we've created. And boy, we need to expand. First of all, we have finished a guardhouse now at the end of the last episode. This is the biggest addition that I can think of right now, because finally we have now all 3 parameters secured for my population, and I'm expecting a good morale out of this, and boy it is. We got a great morale right now, and this also brings me a refreshment boost, and it should also give me a nice productivity boost. What we can do definitely though is we can now put the workforce once again to high levels to push out more more productivity. We still have a great morale with that, by the way. The guardhouse needs a road connection for this to work, so let's go ahead and get me one tiny road here for this little guardhouse. We still have some space there that I would like to check out as well for something later. Perhaps we have some ornaments or so. I have no idea. On the world map, what we have now is we continue into the shoreline. This we have now fully explored, so we continue to the seaside down here, and my scout all the way up here continues now to the abandoned small settlement. This sounds interesting. Let's check it out. By the way, you don't need to explore all the smaller points here. You can just go to the next territory right away. It's just that, you know, there's some interesting stuff here waiting for you. Like here, for example, we have now the well intact, so we're now producing 38 water out of this region here, right? We can also then send more workers in if we want to, and in that case this provides a stable supply of this as well. There's still something hidden in this area. I wonder what it is, because we can't see it, right? There must be something else here still lurking. Anyway, this is working out fine. The only thing, of course, is it costs me rations. That is not working right now. Food supply is 0, but the workforce is there, but productivity overall is then 0. So we need to provide rations before anything else happens. So far, I haven't found rations, but what we have is a farm, and we should also get this going now. So we have the production between linen and grain. I'm gonna choose the grain for now, so that would be a new source. Holy cow, it costs a lot. It costs 25 water. What is this? Let's assign 2 people or 4 people to this to start the grain production. This is though a skyrocket for my water. All right, let's just check it out. Over here we should still have something. 1 well, 2 wells, and oh no, I think that's it. I think we've used all the water veins then on this map. Yep. There's something over there, but this is out of question. It's also connected already. Oh no. I think we will need to rationalize the water soon. Full storage again, what I can see on top of everything else. That is my storage here, but we can upgrade this one now to the storehouse. And of course I would like to do this for this one and also for this one here, since we have lots of wires coming in. Our settlement has begun to resemble a village. We're not a group of wanderers looking to scrape by anymore. We had this already. And this is the working order once again. And no, I'm not gonna give you any rests so far. We're gonna go the Japanese way right now for our survival, that is. There's a lot of resources at this point that we need to monitor always, so it can't hurt to just hover over my resources and just check out where we might have something, but right now there is probably no problem whatsoever. Next in line, I would really like to go for the kitchen. I think this is then what we need with the grain that we have, right? There's then also the bakery and the kitchen. Starting the research, but we need the tin for this too. I don't have... There it is. Enforced durability needs the switches and circuits once again. So there is like a whole chaos of requirements here going through that. It's not a logical, you know, step by step, but I need to jump around a few times. And switches and circuits here. Entry level electrical circuits and management systems with the water pump. Water pump. This sounds great. Let's go ahead and get this one done. Once again, another thunderstorm should be fine though. Another thing is my lumber. This is something I wanted to do already. We need another field camp for a bit more chopping. That would be over here. And I definitely also want another lumber mill that we can use for more lumber production. Where should we have it? Yeah, space-wise, it's getting a bit tight over here now, but there's still room here between the mine. I think this would be an ideal location for it, because this area is blocked anyway. Ah, look at that. Now this solves the riddle why this area was blocked, right? There were only bushes here, but in fact there's an ore vein below that. Now we can see it with the mine, and now we know why this area is blocked from constructing anything over it. Development completed with the water pump and the wind turbine. I would also like to go ahead and continue with my upgrading. We have lots of resources now. And in this case, do we have an upgrade button? Oh yeah, I can press U and get there quickly, so I don't need to hover over everything. I would really like to do this. There's higher living standards in it. Also, the city looks better with upgraded buildings. So we're just going to upgrade all of them here right away. Abandoned small settlement we found. There's some iron ore, copper ore, some basic materials basically. That's it. Hygiene boost we get again, and perfect maintenance we have thanks to our maintenance center. Storehouse upgrade, there it is. This one is now, it's not doubling my capacity, but I think it's a third more, right, overall. Now, enforced durability, there it is. Now we can finally go for this, and this also unlocks me then the tin ore, my next construction material, the tin ingots that we need out of this. I think we have it. We could analyze a few more, right? There's tin here, so can we have another mine here? This would be great for my... Ah, nice. We can have it right here. Let's go ahead. Next mine in place, and this will be a tin mine that we can have. And let's also get a road connection going. Let's just see. How should we go about this? Over there. So we still have a bit of room here then, and a bit of room here. Yeah, those trees unfortunately will need to go away at some point. Alright, look at that. 46 children became adults. That's a generational boost that we have there. Seasides, also uncharted territory. Both of my scouts would be glad about some work, so let's just continue. Here we have the abandoned settlement. There's also something over there that's glowing, right? Wasteland? Should we go there? Let's go there. I don't care about these two smaller things here. I wanna know why this is glowing. And we'll just see what's coming out of it. We need more herbs as well. Something I can see is missing. I would love... I haven't figured it out. Ah, yeah, okay. There's an overlay a bit, so you can see where you have things, right? Like here. Here we have a herb collector. Because it gets a bit overwhelming with so many buildings that we have everywhere. There's my... there's no more wood here, so we need to get away from that. There it is, development completed. So let's go ahead. Tin ore, this is great. Let's have 10 people in there right away. We do have the workforce. By the way, let's just push my mines, all of them, to maximum. Because there's no use in actually saving workforce right now. And this one brings me that in. We could also do the same thing for the sand here. And then we have the clay here as well, right? Stone would be probably another nice pit that we have there. A storm we have right now, efficiency for windmills is increased, so we generate a bit more electricity. Alright, major question for me now, where can we have now that? There it is, the smelter. We have now the smelter upgrade, so I can go ahead and now upgrade my forges to the smelter. Probably a sensible thing to do. Let's just go ahead with those. And I'm actually gonna add a couple more, right? So another here and another here. They don't need a road connection per se. Strangers! Oh no, 14 more people. Let's accept. I think, yeah, we need more houses. We also need to grow. Can we build level 2 right away? We can, perfect. We can build level 2. And let's have another house here. Another here. They have the road connection right away. And I think now what we'll need to do is we need to push another district. Got the storehouse there, but that's okay. So I would like to probably move now the same thing to the other side, right? So we have then our residentials here, like so. A block or 2 blocks of those, right? Just like on this side here. And then we have a normal road here that goes all the way to my industry zone. And then what we can have here is these service buildings again, like a store. It's a bit overlap though. I would probably like to go ahead with this area here. Yeah, okay. Let's do it like this. Let's have another residential here. So another block. There you go. And then we have the service district here again, right? So let's just check it out on the store. I don't want to have too much overlap, but you definitely have some overlap, but that's okay. And then we have storehouse here. Yeah. And then also, whoops, where am I? Just like I jumped away from something. There is now a great construction coming on. A new district. And here we do have then the storehouse. We do have then a tavern. Look at that. We can just nicely use it here, right? And all of those buildings in the surrounding area get the job. And also, we do have then the medical shed. Very important, that is. Ooh, wait a second. Medical shed. Medical shed. Getting them here would get me most of them in. Okay, wait a second. Let's actually cancel the tavern again. And let's also cancel the storehouse. Some of them have a lower radius than others, right? So the medical shed has a lower radius. So it's probably best to have the medical shed first. And then I'm pushing the tavern. And then I'm pushing the storehouse, because this has the biggest radius. Yes. Okay, with the storehouse we can get most of these in, right? Having the storehouse over there. So all of this can here be now covered, and then we do the same thing on that side again, right? And then we kind of grow outwards with that over time. And with that also, I would like to have a bunch more buildings now here too, so it doesn't look so naked. Plus we need the roads anyway. And let's actually go ahead with the cobblestone road right away. Also, let's go ahead and upgrade these cobblestone roads here right away as the city is growing. We have the resources to afford it. And there's now more of them coming along. Sleepy Hollow is growing in all its glory. We also should have finished now, somewhere over here, my next smelters. And now they have the ability to build or to craft the tin iron ingots, or the tin ingots. Oh! Wait a second. They can only employ craftsmen, really? That's interesting. Okay, they can only employ craftsmen. I didn't read up on this. That's strange. Production, smelter. It doesn't show this here. It's an advanced building, of course, but okay. We cannot employ normal people there, so I need to go in and get me a whole bunch of new craftspeople going. Right, we have the paper anyway. But this is something I need to do here. Yeah, it's for all of them, right? I destroyed my production right now because I did not expect this. Let's just see. We do have a bunch of craftsmen though. We have the iron here, iron, right? Here we have then our copper again. Okay, now we don't have enough craftsmen anymore. And this is then tin. And we'll just see how much we produce here. And there's then one more, the bronze that we need. So this needs then tin and copper to have the bronze. So we'll also need another smelter for this. And we're probably gonna do this then over here. Here I could squeeze in two. Let's start with the first one in that area. Okay, province, potential water source. That's that. Food is fine, though it's getting too close. Let's check it out. Enforced durability we have now. Now we can go for the tin-plated ones. No, we need 4 bronze ingots for this. Okay, before I can actually go for the kitchen upgrade. That is my goal right now, because this will push more food and we can then process grain. And yeah, we're producing grain already. Okay, 5 craftsmen. There they are. And I'm gonna go ahead with the next ones right away. Ooh, tool production also looks problematic to me right now. But for now, what we have now, let's activate all of them again at least. This one, and this one, and this one. For the iron, it's important that we have the fully operational going. And then also the bronze again. But at least my smelters work again. Also, we don't have enough tin. It seems like 2. Yeah, 2 is too much. 2 smelters, right? So we're gonna make this one into copper or into bronze right away. Alright, so we're processing now this one into bronze. There you go. Nice, the bronze ingots are in, and now we can go for the tin-plated electric oven, and this one also gives me herbed garlic bread. Nice one. One of the healthiest forms of bread, can be a real life savior. This should also open up then my next levels here for research. There it is, kitchen, bakery unlocked. I think this will be now an upgrade for my soup kitchen, right? Yes, we can now go ahead and upgrade them. I'm a bit hesitant though to do it right away. Let's start with one. Needs a lot of resources, and we'll just see what kind of people we need to employ here now. Okay, there you go. There's the kitchen. I'm a bit disappointed. It's the same recipes again. Where's my grain? The grain, of course, is the bakery then. We have the mushrooms. We have the meat. This one is then the fish. It's more now, right? So it's processing more, and it's normal people again. Okay. The smoke thickens. The air is burning our throats. The sky is reddening. What are we going to do? We need to remain calm. And social hierarchies. Chief, this may sound a bit sinister at first, but hear us out. We've all worked hard and paid the price to make life here what it is. We provide a level of comfort and order that can even be considered a luxury in this lost world. There are risks in opening our doors to outsiders, but we know there's nothing else we can do to grow. Still, it hasn't right to newcomers should immediately have access to the same opportunities and welfare as our brothers and sisters. So what should we do about this? There are people among us underwent craftsman training more than 5 times. It's simply not fair for someone to show up at our door tomorrow and immediately supersede our hardworking fellows. We demand that you solve this matter. They want a hierarchy. Those who have been living in our settlement for a longer period of time will have some preferential rights, being first in the distribution, separate participation in trainings, and housing lotteries. Alright, I'm actually fine with that because I agree. And seniority, hierarchy of contribution. Those who have been living here longer, of course, should have priority for training and stuff like that. Smoke clouds. We observed a large fire in the distance, Chief. We are unfortunately familiar with this situation. Though severely diminished, our species is still the main cause of these fires. We can't say when or if it will be extinguished. Stay indoors or we're fine. This one reduces my workforce quite a bit, but fires will brought... Okay, is this for now? Indefinite time. No, we're fine as long as we don't get burned. Oh, this is actually tricky. This is indefinite. This will stay intact. We would lose permanent 45 workforce for all classes. Okay, yeah. That better than a permanent health loss. Let's actually do this. And look at what's going on here. Okay, we also lack electricity now. We're not out of coal though. Exhaustion we have. Winter we have. Holy cow. Things are escalating a bit right now. How's it looking there? We have only a regular morale. We're boosting the workforce already. Nothing I can do about that really. What we could do, extra rations for clothes perhaps? We're out of clothes. Extra rations for food. That is the only thing I can think of right now. The rest here is also fine, save for a bit of security perhaps. Craftsmen. Morale. Also nothing really I can do here. They're fully satisfied in theory. Let's also push their distribution to higher food. Since food is something we really have, right? But things are getting a bit dire right now. How's my bronze looking, by the way? Electricity is a problem. Windmill we have. There's also a wind turbine. Produces a bit more, but needs a lot of tin. Let's go ahead and get this turbine going. Some over here. And we also finished more craftsmen. One trainee actually did not pass the test, the game tells me. He needs to repeat. End of year 7, holy cow, winter's over. That's definitely great for us. And yeah, the rest looks fine. 66 births, 30 new structures have been built. That's about it. For my work halls, we don't have pottery production yet, so this might be another nice addition to my people to make them a bit happier, because we need to work on some morale stuff here, right? Let's have the next work hall there. And then I would also like to find a way to produce, not soap we have, but sponges. Where are sponges? There's the bakery at least. I would like to go ahead and build me a bakery, because I really want to figure out what we're producing with that then. There is my city, so we definitely will have some additional housing here. There's not that much room anymore. I could have the bakery then here, and I'm gonna go ahead with that. Okay, at least there we have the bread, the garlic bread. And we do have all the input here, except for herbs perhaps. We need a few more herbs, but still I can activate this one to get this new type of product in. Looks a bit... Are we in a sandstorm again? Or is this still the event that we have? Okay, now it's a clear day again. And there we also have the pottery. Let's activate this one. It needs clay, and we have a nice clay surplus. So that's that. By the way, here, let's expand the road network. That's the main road. And then also one here to make this block completed. And another thing... So I still haven't figured out where we produce sponges, right? It's... Haven't found it yet, because we need to distribute this in the medical shed. I definitely need a kale yard though, because we need more herbs. And this is something, once again, where we need a good amount of fertility somewhere close by. So it would be here. This is level 3. This is 2. Oh, there's lots of that over here, obviously. Level 4. This is the highest I've seen so far. Just exactly here. Let's go ahead and build it. The pottery that we produce now gives also a +4 morale and health to all classes and increases the settlement attraction level. Soap, there we have it. Then the herb garlic bread is now coming in. This is morale and health again. Also, it contributes to the recovery of mild illnesses. Nice. And also, it prevents death by starvation. Oh, that's good to know. Okay, kale yard. There's now the herbs. This actually needs clay and water again. Electricity is fine once more too. And chief, our potions are not filling enough. What? You get extra rations already? Our foundations are strong enough for us to call ourselves a permanent settlement. We realize that it's too early to wish for prosperity yet, since we know everything can fall apart any moment. However, I still want to have full rations. Increased ration sizes. We can't afford that right now. I'm already giving out double rations, right? So this is... Oh, extra. They want double. I don't want you to become fat, though. Health is also fine. You know, morale is good. Despite some penalties here, like the exhaustion. It's okay. It's okay. I figured out where we get sponges from. There it is. It's actually a special production, right? So it's not something that you process out of, I thought, tallow, perhaps. But it's something that we need to produce directly. And for this I need a new fisherman. And I would like to do this because, first of all, we have the workforce. And second of all, it's increasing the health of my citizens. So let's go ahead and have another road connection here. And then an entry. Oh. Also something. Can I do this? This is possible. On the beautiful coastline. Here actually morale increases, right? If you work here. Got the sky, got the ocean, got the view. What else do you need? So there it is, and there's the sponges. 4 people producing that sponge. And This should then get distributed in my medical shed here, right, with the sponges. So herbal tea is active, and then we have the sponge now. Morale and health boost to all classes, plus attraction. We're growing a bit too quickly right now. This leads to an imbalance of food now. Problem really is that those kitchens are not really an upgrade, right? I mean, I think we're producing more out of it then, so let's just upgrade them anyway. And then I still need to build me a few more. So we have the normal kitchen here now. And I'm gonna go ahead and have another one over here. Right, so kitchen district, and then we have the shelters at some point come close to this one here. So this one takes a bit of time for all of this to work out. Oh yeah, we're dropping really hard right now. So here we have now the fish. Here we have then the meat again, because we're full of meat anyway. Here we have now the mushrooms. And I think I'm gonna go ahead with 2 mushroom, because we have a lot of mushroom coming in. Or vegetable. Vegetable we're using for the bread though. So let's go with 2 times mushrooms. And the bread is something we're producing extra. Let's go ahead with another kitchen, because we have a lot of vegetables. And I want to keep the double rations active, or the extra rations active, as long as possible. Still a bit strange that we can't use grain for just normal breads. We have the herb breads, but yeah. That's not really providing food, right? It's just something that provides health bonuses in my service district. Finishing the kitchen as another sandstorm comes in. And this one is reducing my workforce again. Maintenance cost in buildings is also increased by 18, and it feels like we're drunk when I look at the camera. This one's done, and this one's gonna be the vegetables. There you go. Also no power for now, or at least some power reduction because of that, but that's okay. Now, next in line, I would like to also, because, you know, things are looking a bit stable right now when I look at my products. You know, we're making a nice surplus in most things, except for clothes perhaps. And I want to work on the next cycle, because we're very close to this one here. We just need one more storehouse, and then we can work on the cycle acceleration. This is then opening up new tech for us as well that I want. So another storehouse. There it is, storehouse number 3, to boost also my my storage. And since this is getting more and more my industry zone as well, I think it's safe to say that we could have another storehouse then over here, somewhere looking around. At the end of this double road, here, beside the storehouse that we already have. Might also work out, why not? Let's have it here, because there's gonna be more stuff anyway. Tailor-wise, we need a second one though. We have one tailor here, so I cannot have the other one here, thanks to all of these, yeah, ore veins that I know exist now. I could have... Nah, I can't have 2 in here. This is not possible, unfortunately. So I'm just gonna have another one here on the main road. Easy for us to find. And we should also train more craftsmen. We have the people for that anyway. How come food is still going down? We actually have an additional kitchen working now. Can I? We cannot employ the craftspeople in there. Yeah, let's just wait a small more time, but strange. There's my tailor. We got the workwear locked now. That's a new product. But we are of course going ahead with this one. We do need more leather though, so once again this is then something where I need another small work hole. We have no upgrade for this yet? No, we don't. So I actually need another one. Okay. Time to modernize. As we continue to grow, the volume and variety of our needs will likewise expand. There can be no further progress without more potent energy sources to support the growing need for production and the flow of daily life. Coal is the most valuable and readily available resource for this, just as it was centuries ago. Let's pool our efforts and activate our first coal generator. We have this already, right? we have the steam generator that consumes coal. So develop the static turbines and build a coal generator would be the next goal here. New cycle, there it is. Acceleration, cycle 5, we have achieved. Metalworks, pop, infirmary. We can upgrade the cemetery. Enhanced work hall, this is important. There's the coal generator, purification plant, and a whole bunch of new products as well. Together with, yeah, alcohol. Tin rations, there it is. I've been waiting for it. Nice one. So that would be now in my development tree. And look at all the new stuff that we have unlocked with this. Holy cow. And we also have a glimpse of the next 2 tiers here as well. That gives me then oil, for example. Logistical networks with roads, big roads that we have. I don't see the trains yet. Because there are trains in this game. We'll just see. There's the pop and the fair meal. Advanced metalworking gives me steel and motors. And there's the coal generation. Coal generator. Let's go ahead and start with this. This should boost my electrical production there again. So far so good. We are growing. We're expanding. Getting a bit bigger now. And yeah, more tech is coming in. The game is not getting any easier here. I hope you enjoyed this one. New cycle it is. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to a new cycle once again as we continue on with our little settlement that is. We just researched static turbines, one of my next goals to get coal energy going, and we're about to break new ground. After a very long time we'll be able to generate power using fossil fuels again. From now on we won't be at the mercy of the winds. Everything is almost ready to build the first coal-fired generator. This structure will allow for energy production on a massive scale, though it will need a constant feed of fuel. Sudden blackouts could devastate us, especially if our infrastructure becomes dependent on coal. Well, thank you very much for this. Alright, so first we need to stockpile 1,200 coal. We have already done this. I think, shouldn't we be at the... Yeah, we're at 2,000 coal, right? That's thanks to my coal mine that we have going right now. I mean, I'm still a bit confused because we have the steam generator already with the coal consumption, right? So it's already producing a lot there too. Next in line though would be now my coal generator. So let's go ahead and get this one going. And there it is. And it will generate massive amounts of energy. Let's get this going right here beside my turbine that we already have going. And yeah, we are very low on energy again. So we definitely want something to get us through this. We should take care to preserve our momentum. Our revolutionary progress in energy production has paved the way for coming up with products that we have theorized but never attempted to produce before. We have set our sights on miraculous medicines with drinks with thousands of flavors. And earned right, pressure systems. Okay, so that's just a new guideline that we have now for the future. With this, we should then also probably work on more import of coal from the world map. I could also check it out again if we have the mine, because we should still be able to build, there you go, another mine over here, right? And that has also once again a lot of resources in its surrounding area. I'm very happy with that mountain that we have close by, because that is providing us with so many juicy materials. Crazy stuff. Also happy that my food climbs again. Very important. We have the storehouses, so we can also store a lot of food. We should really get this up. The more people we have, the more dangerous it becomes. And there it is, our very first coal generator, and we can now produce energy out of coal. This needs a lot of workforce and also some craftsmen. Let's get this going, and with that we have now 20,000 electricity this one produces. That is quite a lot more, right? I mean, holy cow, that's a lot of electricity coming out of this one. It, however, now consumes coal on a daily basis, right? It also looks pretty cool, by the way. Loving it. And in this case, we will need to monitor our coal then quite carefully, especially with my basic mine here. Let's also continue with analyzing some more depots. So deposits, this one and this one, so that we have more available at all times. And there it is, also our finishing of this quest. Very good. There are also a bunch more upgrades. The pub is something that I'm interested in, so I think this will be an upgrade to my tavern that we already have. And yes, some of you have been pointing out that I'm using workforce in my field camps that are no longer working, right? So here we have iron, but we don't have iron anymore. So I still have those 3 people employed. We have this for a bunch of field camps right now. I have 85 workforce. Not that it really matters, but for the sake, of course, of efficiency, let's get them back into my pool. Winter is upon us once again. This will be, of course, once again having an impact on my raw material input, but we have a lot of vegetables, a lot of grain right now. This is safe for us at the moment. We also found another huge mineral deposit. My goal right now is, after we finish the development of the next tag, which should be coming in, there it is, pub and fair meal. So let's just go for this. Yes, it is the upgrade to my tavern. Let's go ahead and get this one going right away. We have the materials. And with that, we get a new structure right in here. I love that they don't really need more space, right? So it makes it a bit easier for me to just upgrade those buildings. I don't need to replan this every time here. Next in line, we have a very important tag, I think it is. Advanced metalworking working techniques. And this one leads then... Oh, we could actually go for the tinned rations already. I'm going with the tinned rations already. So this gives me the enhanced work hall, right, that we have already going. We can upgrade this. And then I would probably go for the advanced metalworking here with the steel as my next product or next material that we can have. And this leads then to motors. That's gonna be interesting, right? I'm still waiting for my trains. Rising upkeep demands. This can't be good. Our need for different infrastructure for diversified needs and production chains is increasing rapidly. Our settlement needs permanent solutions that will support advanced construction methods. Build a maintenance building and assign workforce. We did this. Right, there's also no quest coming out of this. So that was a bit strange. Alright, I continue here with this. What did we find? Province, advanced, nope, nothing. The valley, by the way, can we build that? Yes, we can build a road now in the valley here. This will increase the daily production that's coming out of this. And we have the coal in here. Plus we have the well in here. So this is probably my first territory here that we're going to fully upgrade. Also, it would provide me trees or logs, right? 4 logs here. This is something we could get going. But first, I need to get the food supply going. By the way, I can assign 4 more people to this. This will increase the water that's produced here by, well, twice actually, right? And in that case, we still need the food supply now before I can continue. And this is coming along just now. Also, there's our pub. Much more improved. Brick walls we have now. And a rooftop place where people can actually also drink something. Where's my development coming? We should have finished it at this point. It is the region... Ah, it's finished now. It didn't show me a message for this, unfortunately. Now we can go ahead and upgrade my work hall here to the next one. Oh, okay. This one, however, needs the steel now as my new product. So this one here makes sense to get going now. And then... the kitchen, the advanced one, and the advanced one. There it is. General workshop. This one has the tinned rations that we need. It's a bit late, really. Next year is at an end. Year 8 and 4 people died from diseases or disasters. 97 births took place. 83% replenishment of my natural resources. That's the important thing here. And my annual water balance though was negative. In this case here, yes, we are losing water right now. 2,800 only. Some of you have been also once again suggesting that I should use 1 well for each vein. Yeah, makes sense. We, by the way, do have now the water pump upgrade. I think this will be enough for now, right? So we can upgrade those water pumps to produce more. And by the way, we should also work on some road connection for this bugger there, for this well. Let's get this going. And also now upgrade those wells, right? So that's going to be quite nice, I think, for my water balance. For now, we have the means to improve. Food, clothes are full, actually. I'm really happy to see this. Province. I love that there's always something going on in this game, right? There's no downtime, really. There's always something to improve and always something to research. And there it is, the water pump. Of course, it consumes now electricity, but only 100, so this is actually quite fine. And it's producing almost 200 water per day. Where's a normal well? A normal well produces 96, so we doubled the output here. Let's also get this going for here and for here. So that's 4 water pumps now getting activated. Resemble giant machine fueled by its labor. We must make sure to keep it well provided. Yes, of course. Okay, so she wants me to get more people and increase the population. Yeah, we already did that. This is fine. And regulation. We don't have to meet our clothing needs with leather rags anymore. From now on, we wish to wear more comfortable clothes by using a mixture of leather and linen. Okay, we can do this. We do already have the farm for this available, right? That gives me linen. There it is. A normal farm, really. And I would like to get this going. Somewhere here. I think there was a level 4 one. No? Should be here somewhere. There it is. Just on top of the road, really? Yeah, here. Level 3. Actually, it's level 3 all the way to that water pump. So let's just get it going here. Because I do want to have a linen production that we can use then for better clothing overall. What's going on with my water? We should have a very good balance now. Okay, they haven't been finished yet. There it is, also my steel. And this gives me now the metal works. That's super important. So I'm starting with that right away. So this is an upgrade to what we already have, to this one here, to the smith. So we can upgrade the smith now for the tools production. And then we have the same thing again for the steel production. I'm pretty sure we're going to need a lot of that. So I'm going to have this one in my future dirty industry. So here we can have actually 2 more generators, right? So we can probably reserve the block here for the generators. There you go, right? So in here, and next to it we have then our metalworks now. That one, that's gonna be dirty. And let's start with 1 here too. Gotta plan this here a bit to make sure we're not wasting too much. And then we also have a bit of space over here around that storehouse in this area too, right? So this is gonna be one giant dirty industry area here. This was finished. That was my population. There's the upgrade now. Wires, by the way, am I producing enough, right? Where are my wires? There's so many products here. There it is. So we are pretty full on that. Great to see. And there it is, metalworks number 1. And this one has, of course, it continues with the tools. And holy cow, we can employ a lot of people there. We're full on iron, by the way, so I'm not worried about that. We just continue now with a lot of tools. This also has the motor production in it then. So we actually will need 2 of them already. One with the motor production and one with the steel production. So I'm going to place another one here as well. Right away. Yeah, water production is now up to its point again. Ah, glorious, right? Look at that. Beautiful. As that storm is coming in. Very atmospheric. I loved buildings, by the way. Very detailed. There's my next one. And now we have the steel production rolling. This will consume quite a lot, by the way. And I'm pretty sure also... Oh, it also needs a craftsman, by the way. This one too. And I don't have enough. Craftsmen. Get them going here. After that, we can continue with the tools again. We're slumping on it, by the way. So let's get the craftsperson over there to the tools production. So at least this one rolls again. And we're gonna need a lot of additional iron with that. So we'll just see how that works out for us. Okay, a request. Every day we cross a new threshold in being able to live like human beings. Chief, we know how essential paper is to our development, and the people wish to be able to use it more freely. Keeping a diary, scribbling, taking notes, stuff like that. Okay? And we accept this one. So we increase now our paper consumption, but we also increase our knowledge production. So that's the important thing. How much more paper do we consume? I can't see that yet. I hope it's enough. Otherwise, we're just gonna improve it again. Right, so we do have my paper production here. There's no upgrade yet to the lumber mill. Okay, training completed. I was waiting for this. 2 trainees were not able to fully finish it. So let's push them in again. And let's also start with the steel now. So that one's rolling. 22 steel per day that we produce now out of that. Once again, it's something that needs coal. Next production up and running now, the linen. 4 trainees ready to take on the duty, 1 failed. I wonder if it's the same person that fails over and over again. Okay, so coal really becomes my primary resource more and more. The more we industrialize, the more important coal will be. So at this point we have a negative coal balance already. We have, however, this mine over there that has no coal in its surrounding area. Holy cow, there's so many deposits here. Let's continue. 3 more. I would like to analyze all of them. And hopefully one of them is coal. It would be very, very annoying if there's no coal in here. It's time to erase the traces of our days of weakness, fragility, and fear of tomorrow. Let us upgrade our main whole structure. Okay? The next upgrade can be done now, and we have all the resources to once again upgrade this one. And with that, once again we're getting an upgrade. Can't wait to see how it looks. Group of strangers, 14 workers. And our food stores are attracting rodents and our stockpiles are shrinking. This is not unexpected, but if we don't come up with a sound solution, the problem can escalate. And trapping may be the fastest solution, or there's nothing we can do right now. We don't have chemicals yet. We can coexist with these creatures. With the rats. Okay, let's start by getting some traps out. This needs some basic resources that we have. Okay, there's our main hole coming along. By the way, shouldn't we have a good overlap here? Yes, we have, right? So this is... we can actually get some more buildings going. I would like to do this. And also here. Want to increase the size of our city here. And there's also our main hall. Smaller than I expected, but of course there's more upgrades coming, so that's that. And also we have the traps. We do, however, have the rat infestation problem now, so food production efficiency is reduced by 20. And we have a potential epidemic risk coming out of that. And, well, this leads to a lower food production. However, we're also out of mushrooms, so probably correlates with that. We also have now the fair meal. This is a new type of production that we have. Let's check this out. This needs now grain, meat, and water. So let's actually move to the fair meal. That is perhaps a better food. Filling meal? Where's my fair meal? There it is. Alright. I wonder who consumes it. It doesn't really show that. Out of mushrooms here too, so I'm gonna push this one into... I think we have a lot of fish. Oh, look at that. This is pretty neat. We can see the total amount of resources coming out of this, so that's pretty neat overview. So right now I cannot really see who is consuming the fair meals. Guess we'll just have to wait a bit. Okay, how's it looking? There is coal available. Thank you. Let's push the next coal mine. Alright, so now we have 2 coal mines. There's still the other one here, where I can also now assign craftsmen to it, so that we push more out of it. And we should really keep going with the training for more craftsmen. Okay. We can actually choose the consumption here. I can say now my workers can consume fair meal instead of the simple meal. However, what I can see is, so the morale effect is pretty huge on it, right? But it is the same consumption. So it's not that we consume less of it. I could start with the craftsman having this. And then we'll just see how it goes. Up to 500 per day we consume on that with the normal population. So we do need to have quite a few kitchens here going for this, right? So also one of them should go for mushrooms, even though we lack the mushrooms right now. Actually, I have quite a lot of these field camps going for it. But we don't have a lot of mushrooms left. There is mushrooms and herbs again. Also going to get this one implemented. Next, we can also now upgrade the work halls. Right, so here we have the pottery, for example. In this case, I can only think of leather that we need to upgrade right now, thanks to having also now the steel. So let's start with doing this. This is also a direct requirement for the next cycle, right? So that we have a bunch of these going. And then I would really, really like to start on my tinned food now. The general workshop research that we need to get going for this. There it is. And actually it should be there. The tinned rations are there. So I have researched them. But where's my... There's the general workshop. It's a bit strange, right? So we unlock the product, but not the production building for it. That is another tag entirely that needs more paper. Okay, all 5 actually became craftsmen. Very nice. And we have also a perfect coal supply again. At least for now, right? You never know. Okay, fair meal. We're switching now more and more to fair meal. This one here, I think with meat we should still be going for grain and meat. I like the idea of this. And here we also have fish and vegetables once again for the fair meal. And yeah, at this point we should all have then fair meal. There's still one more with simple meal. Also gonna switch this to fish. And by the way, rat infestation is finished. Is it gone? Yes, very nice. So the penalty is gone. And I would also like to go ahead and have me another fisher. Just over here. Lots of fishermen at this point. And since we consume now a bunch of grain, I should have another grain farm, right? And let's just hope that we do get some nice... there's nothing here. Level 2 here, that's fine. We can't choose that much anymore, really, so... There's not that many good ones out there anymore. Spots, I mean. We have we are blocked here. This is another 2. But that's also... there's better ones over here then. So we still have options. That's the good thing about it. A storm, so windmills are more efficient, but workforce for hunters and gatherers is reduced. Also, my fishermen are reduced with that. Pushing more fish. By the way, we also have an inland fish farm that I could think about now, because that is certainly more efficient. The next grain farm, pushing this. By the way, if we had manure, we could push more out. So that would be another one of my goals. This one here is also now for the vegetables. We have 86 people for working. We need to push them more. By the way, also, let's switch now my workers to fair meal. That's another 500 consumption per day. So we should have everything ready for this. It will also be a nice morale booster. Yeah, we definitely also need another lumber camp, unfortunately, because we have now this law working, right? That consumes paper. So it's 100 paper per day that we consume now, and we only produce 140. So that is a very minimum surplus. That is not something I can work with. So let's get another lumber mill cracking. I would probably... Yeah, we could squeeze it in here. Not here, not here. This is gonna be city. So we're probably pushing it then in here somewhere by the farms over there. Also, we have finished that enhanced work hall now, and we can now go in and say, produce me the ladder. And it is a bit more, right? Yeah, almost twice as much per day. that comes out of that. Actually more than twice as much if we also employ a craftsperson here to this. Okay, also we could start the motor production now. Iron ingot, wire and bronze ingot, this one costs me. Let's get this going. Needs a craftsman there again. Only 7 motors per day. I'm not using motors for anything yet, but it can't hurt to have some in stock already for it, right? Fair meal is not on par with my consumption. So I can only think that we do need another kitchen. Or at least an upgrade if that is still possible. There's an upgrade possible here. There's an upgrade possible here. So this should then solve the problem. Can't hurt though to have another kitchen already going. You know, since we do have quite the demand for that. I should be able to squeeze into here. I am. Perfect. Alright, so this is my kitchen area too. A guest. Greetings, we are known as HR and we're here in business. If you're interested, what sort of business you ask? Why, that of people, of course. We're not an established organization per se. We mainly work by foreclosing on individuals who fail to fulfill their duties. Okay, slaves. Afterwards, we deliver these people to those who cover their debts. This is awful, but tell me more. You got prices for 13 people. We'll learn the price. Or we can say also no. And I'm gonna do this. I don't care about more people. Especially if we support slave trading with that. Okay, there would be an inland fish farm now that we can get going. Let's actually have more farmland over here. I don't want to have everything clumped together too much. So we got the industry processing over there. And we got the farming over here then, right? Where we already have some farms. And here we could now go ahead and also push then these. They consume a lot of electricity. 450 for each one of them. But we should be able to produce more fish coming out of that. Also my vegetables. There's no upgrade for this, right? I do need another kale yard to get this going. So things are... I don't know. I don't know how things are really. I hope we're producing enough of everything. Let's get the next one going. We should really try to switch also some manure in at some point now. That is another production that we have. I think the processing it is. Yes, the processing yard. Let's get this one going again in my industry zone. With so many buildings, I hope we keep a nice overview over everything here. We'll just see. Okay, how's it looking with my food, by the way? Fair meal, there it is. We have a surplus. Nice. So fair meal it is now for everyone. And this is pushing to a great morale at the moment. Alright, so this leads to maximum efficiency. 110%. And also no penalties right now. So people are glorious, I think. Water? We could also give them more water, but nah. Okay, despite having motor consumption now in, we still have enough ingot surplus here. So this is all working right now. Fantastic. Also, my next lumber mill is cracking, so we have the paper. And I would like to use this now for the production chains. This one gives me workwear, cement, and the general workshop. This is the important one that I really want. Oh, another lightning strike. Destroys one of my buildings straight away. Gonna push a bit more housing now as well, so I really want to have enough housing for all these people coming in. And I think here we can have another block then finished as well. No more resources in this field camp, so we can actually fully dismantle this one, as there's nothing close by anymore. We actually have this problem with a lot of my field camps right now. The same goes with the wooden field camps that we really need. So yeah, we're losing logs. There hasn't been a solution to logs yet, by the way. So, you know, water, okay, the water pump. Fish, we have the fish farms, but for normal logs, there hasn't been something yet, so we need to push more. This is a very good one that I'm gonna place here, and there we have another one, and then we have another one over here with more iron ore again. And this is important. We have finished the general workshop. That is not an upgrade, right? No, that's not an upgrade. That's a whole new building that we have now. the general workshop for the tin production. 800 electricity this one costs. Super expensive building. And yeah, once again, where should we have it? I think we could have a full row of them here. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna need a lot of them. By the way, how much does my manure now cost me? There it is. Processing manure. Organic waste. Okay, this is something we get out of the ocean. Right, sand we have plenty and water we have. So let's get this going. We're producing 70 organic manure now per day. And we can use this to implement this one here. Look at that. Manure, we consume a bit, but we produce 40 more grain per day if we switch here to this work mode. So let's start with the grain one. Can we also do it for the vegetables, please? Ah, we can't do that. It would make sense, though. Strange. Another interesting one is the orchard. A new type of food comes in with that. That's fruits. Let's get this going. And we should have now finished our first general workshop. And there it is, the tinned rations. And this one, oh, we need a simple meal, really? And tin ingots. Tin ingots we have, of course. But the simple meal, we now need a kitchen just for the simple meal again. Which I don't like so much because I would need to make stuff available for this. Yeah, let's do it. Let's have one with simple meal. And it's gonna be mushrooms. We have a lot suddenly again. Very nice. So the kitchen here works with the simple meal. We, by the way, could also have the craftsman assigned to the simple meal as well, right? So that we have a bit of a balance here. So my normal population gets the fair meal, the better one. I need to balance this somehow to have a nice surplus of both of them, right? But also now finally providing tinned rations, and this is 23 per day, which is a lot, by the way. It needs access to a freight service though before we can deliver this. What is that? There's a new mechanic that we need to check out, and we're gonna do this in the next episode of New Cycle. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how very good of you to join, and welcome back to New Cycle once again. Now, we are starting this episode with something that I haven't really touched yet, and that's actually in my main hall. We have this button here, actions. It's really a total sleeper on me so far, and these actions can actually be quite valuable. The three that we have available right now are okay, I guess. The emergency work shifts is something I like quite a bit. It costs me a lot of tools, however. This one increases my workforce by 40, which is a lot, right? It reduces morale though. We have very high morale right now, and it reduces health. We don't have a lot of health right now. Workforce conditions, access to medication is the biggest factor here right now. Outside of that, this is an emergency shift that I can live with, especially since it boosts my output quite a bit. And there you go, we've activated it, costs me a bunch of tools, and that's it. And we have now 40 more workforce. However, what we of course should be doing is, yeah, pushing my health. That is the biggest issue that I'm facing right now. So what's going on here? We do have actually a very good health coverage for all of my buildings. The problem is I don't have enough medication, right? There it is. Medication, medicine. That is something we need to research. And we are not doing it right now because we're going for the orchard. Afterwards, so we have the earned rights here. This gives me an infirmary, so that's an upgrade that we have. And also medicine. I definitely want to get this cracking. Now, my production should be through the roof now, since we are having this massive boost of it. There's also my orchard. I would like to get this one going. And, oh, we need pressurized systems first. Look at that. Up here we have the tag for earned rights, but I need to go down here for the pressurized system. This gives me distillery, alcohol, and drinks. So let's go ahead and get this one going. In the meantime, what we want to go for now is this orchard I'm looking forward to. It's a level 2 one. And it grows me fruit, and it doesn't need any fertility, which is glorious. So I can just place it wherever I want. And I'm thinking about, yeah, you know, having this one right beside my farms. It makes sense to this. We can also easily squeeze it in here. So let's have one orchard here, and then I'm gonna go ahead with another orchard here, another orchard here, and we keep a bit of a space here for this road, and then we push a few more orchards down here. Since we have so much workforce, I don't care about the costs that we have there, right? We need to just scale it, and having this one around the farms, lovely. This one works out. Let's wait for this to finish. The orchard needs iron ingots. Okay, I'm going with that. By the way, over here in my industry zone, we do have now the manure that I've activated and also my tinned rations. The thing here is now we need the access to the freight service before this one really works. Incompetent superiors also gives me a penalty. That's interesting. But it's still working though, right? So this is just an access here. We still should have now the tinned rations. There it is, 114 that we can now use on the world map. So this would be, for example, here. It should actually be in here automatically. There it is. It is now in. Can we see? Yep, there it is. Consumption, we consume 4 per day. But this valley here can now be fully supplied with that. So that's the water. We have also an increased daily production thanks to the road effect. And also what we can do now is I would like to have a woodcutter there for the logs. And the mine for the coal that we're getting out of this, right? So we can push this further than down the road. This is lovely. Next in line we have the highlands. There is coal again. There would be meat here. Down here we have shoreline with water. And then we actually have a bunch of stuff that we still haven't really explored. So let's go ahead and get these two here. That's the forest. This should be lovely for my logs to get something going here as well. Hunter cabin actually brings 38 meat per day in, which is a lot, right? So right now we're only producing 72 with all the field camps that we have. And this one just gives me a whopping 40 meat per day in addition. So these upgrades are absolutely fantastic. That also counts now here for this. 8%, 24% working out. Can we upgrade the watchtower then? It doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it for now. So this is only the beginning though, right? Strangers, 14 more workers. Not that we really need them. I mean, look at that. We have 157 workforce available. Let's check it out with my orchard. Oh, okay. Great stuff, ladies and gents. Log production in the orchard. That's incredible. So we finally have something. We finally have the means to produce logs without field camps. However, the water demand is ridiculously high. 55 water per day. Okay. And also manure. It needs 25 manure per day, which is also a lot. But it produces 67 logs per day. So this would already meet my consumption by quite a bit. Then we have the fruits here. With the fruits, okay, it only costs me water. So let's activate it for this one. 118 apples per day. What can I do with those apples? Is there some dish or so? So here we have the meat going. But there's no other recipe here, right? That we have available. So this must be for something entirely different so far. Okay, we finished the pressurized systems. Next is now my earned rights. Very important to boost the health of my citizens. Crossing barriers. The majority of electricity generation is now in a complex generator structure that requires manpower. It can be challenging to keep these generators running in a stable manner. Okay, this can lead to unexpected power outages, which can shake our entire order and create irreversible damage. So what do you suggest? Apart from avoiding outages, there is a precaution we can take. With your approval, we can run the generators above the safety limits for a period of time. We make an action outline available for you. Okay, we can do this as an emergency measure, right? We can overdrive them, just like in Frostpunk, for example, overdriving them to boost more energy temporarily, though we don't need that by a long shot so far. By the way, my fish farm is also now in effect. It looks pretty cool. And the fish farm is consuming though quite a few things. Also a lot of grain and produces then organic waste. That's interesting. So that's out of the fish. That's a lot of organic waste coming out of those fishes. And we also have 40 fish per day, which is a lot, right? Let's compare it with a normal fisherman. That's 33 fish out of a fisher. However, the fisher doesn't consume any goods, right? So it might still be worth it to also push a few more of them, of those fishers, as long as we have space for that. But as I can see, space will no longer be available at all times, right? So at some point you just will run out of it, depending on where you have space. There is something here. As a lone fisher out here, I would like to have this one as well somewhere here. Now, by the way, we have finished our health upgrade. So I can now go ahead and upgrade my medical shed to an infirmary. Let's go ahead and do this right away. And we can now start with the medicine production. That is something I would like to do, please. In the distillery, we can do it. It costs a lot of electricity once again. And it's probably a pretty dirty building, honestly. We have the service district here, so there's gonna be more buildings here. So it might be safe to actually have then my distillery here. Ooh, there's so many buildings. We could also have a new industry zone setting it up here, because at some point this one will be full. This is my grain farm. Oh, you know what? Let's have the distillery here, so we still have some room for another block of these guys here. And then I'm gonna keep a bit of space here to start with my first distillery. At some point we'll need to remove the farms here and move them somewhere else, but that's okay. And regarding my city, we can now still grow safely over here then, right? So we could actually start with that already, since this is my service sector. Tavern, medical shed. So all of this here would be ready for it, right? And since we are growing rather quickly anyway, might be safe to do it now. Oh, this one. That's an iron deposit. We can actually blow it up. And I think I'm gonna do this. There's not even a field camp close by. We have a gathering camp, but that's it. Let's blow it up. There it is. It's gone. Now I have the space for, yeah, more houses here, right? This one. Let's keep a bit of road connection here, and then I can just push a few more houses here for this full row. All the way over here. And then also some roads here. And then we can have another row, or 2 rows even, of houses here. Lovely. And I love that we have this natural forest between my city and my industry zone, right? There's a green belt in between to get rid of the pollution. Lovely. There we have it, our very first distillery. We can make alcohol in here. Medicine. Medicine requires alcohol. Alright, lots of herbs, glass, and tin ingots. Okay, also drinks. We can make drinks out of that. I think we are gonna need a lot of distilleries. Let's place another one right away. And another one on the other side as well right away. Right, so we are gonna have this block. Then we have a field camp here that I'm gonna delete, because it's in the way now for a road that we need here. And this road here goes then over here. And here we might actually place another field camp again. Yeah, there we can have it. Safe and sound. Right in here. Okay. Now comes another thing. So we're still using the normal clothes. I would like to switch it now to something better. The workwear. The workwear, however, requires fabric. And the fabric we're getting out of this one. By the way, it also requires steel and bronze ingot. Holy cow, I don't want to wear this. I want to wear the fabric. In this case here, we have lots of linen already, but I need more tailors. So once again, we need more buildings. More buildings of everything. Also, we're out of bricks. What's going on here? This should not be the case, though. Yeah, with all the construction, right? Or do we consume bricks? No, we don't really consume bricks, but we consume them right now for our construction. So another kiln might be worth it. We're gonna have this one then also here somewhere, if we can still squeeze it in by the mine, or out here. Yeah. Gonna keep a bit of space here available so that we can still squeeze in another kitchen here. General workshop, right, for the tinned rations. That's the important thing. How's it looking on the global map, by the way? We got the valley now. Yes. So the logs are coming in now. 32 per day. And also tin ore is being produced here now. Oh, it's not coal? Shoot. I thought it's coal. I don't need that. Let's turn it off. It also consumes motors, by the way. So that's certainly not something I would like to have right now. The highlands have the coal. Let's build a watchtower here. And let's build a well here. We could also have a hunter cabin here, but I would like to go for the mine here. Right. And the road. Okay. Yeah, those symbols, to me, they're not always clear. Oh, we're not having enough tools either. But I don't want to bother. Those distilleries are now ready to roll. So, yeah. The alcohol needs a lot of grain. And it needs a craftsman to really work. And then we have the medicine now. That should be rolling any moment. Oh, I do need a craftsman here again, so we're training them already. And here we have the drinks. And the drinks we can make then out of fruit, water and glass. So this one is my preferred one since we already have a lot of fruit coming in now, right? So I'm also going to assign 5 people to that. And the drinks will then be served in the tavern. Okay, training completed. I'm going to train another 5 right away. And with that I can now use the craftsman. So these are an absolute requirement for this whole thing to work, right? And there's the medicine now. And I'm expecting great things out of this, honestly. Also, we are finishing now this quest here, medicine and drinks. And with that, there it is. Medicine pushing even more on this list here now. It's not activated for some reasons. Why is this not activated? Because it's full, right? It's there. Let's also upgrade this to an infirmary. And this is my infirmary now, right? So that's also a bigger brick building that we have. And this one's also got this in. It should actually work though for my health. Health, 100%. Very good. Also climbed quite a bit now. Also gonna continue with the tailors now. In that case, we can just line them up here. Like, I'm gonna have another 2 here. We can also upgrade them at some point. There's an upgrade button available, but not yet unlocked. Let's have a quick look at my development. So earned rights is what we finished. Production chains we have now 2. Pressurized systems, region improvement. This one is the last one, the community foundations. So cemetery level 2 and fruit pies that we get out of this. And then we can actually go for the next tier. Risk of accidents. As our city, I don't know, I think this image is quite funny. As our cities are adorned with more mighty structures, the lives of people in the shadows seem to be becoming more and more insignificant. Accidents are inevitable in life intertwined with machines, and we experience them almost daily. We should think of precautions, like establish a specific safety criteria and control conditions, or we are not doing this. However, it would reduce my working. Community will prepare. Okay, let's actually get this done. And wait for safety regulation preparations to be completed. This will take some resources. Okay, second kiln is now effective. And we are getting more bricks out, even though the bricks are being consumed right away because of my constructions. Like, for example, also my infirmary now. Now it's activated. There you go. All 3 perks. And also my tavern has the fruit pie in here. There it is. The drinks and the meat is already active for more boost. By the way, this tavern here, has it a bigger radius than the pub? I think it has, once upgraded. Let's also go ahead and upgrade more houses here to better living conditions. More training completed, and also the precautions have been finished. So now we get safety precautions. 2 roadmaps. Okay. Craftsmen are designated as control officers. Extra work is involved, taking time away from their other duties. Buildings may temporarily stop working during inspection and control operations. Or, more resources will be committed to maintenance, increasing the proportion of wire, glass and metals. So, efficiency first. Either we go with... or we go with the safety protocol. Morale, workforce reduction, attraction boost. Reduces probability of some work accidents. However, in some structures, the efficiency will go down. And the amount of wire, glass and metal that we need is increased by 30%. Or, we reduce the workforce, increase the probability of work accidents. I guess we're going with safety first. It's just wire, glass and metal that we need to use more. I think this is a safe path. Because these are relatively cheap products that we have. Okay, just gonna check out. We are still having a nice surplus of those things. Herbs perhaps is something we should touch soon. And should we have the best morale in the world at this point? Not really. My next tailors are finished. So here we have now the linen production. Let's get a craftsperson in here too. We're full on linen, by the way, so that's that. And then I can have now one with the workwear, because we have everything here now in order. And let's assign those people as well. 18 we produce now. and 42 of the normal one. So let's check it out. How much would that cost me now? Because there it is. And oh, they cannot wear anything better than this. Interesting. So it's the craftsman. Yes, the craftsmen need the workwear, and they're getting it now. This should be good for their morale. They need 4 per day, so we're already producing way too much anyway, coming out of this. We work long hours in the scorching weather without proper water supply. At this rate will die of exhaustion. What? Increase water distribution. Decrease the working hours. Or things will get even worse. We have no choice but to hold on. I'm not gonna reduce my working conditions. We're out of water, by the way. We were just full. What happened? Something very strange happened here. We were just full of water and now we're out of it? That's... Oh, my water pump. This one here doesn't work anymore. This one here still works. We can upgrade this one. It has access to 2 of them. Alright. It seems like some of them are no longer working. What we can do to that is... I already increased my workers now here. So we are producing now more water out of this area. 6 workers now. That's 200 water per day. But that's not going to be enough. So there was something else, right? There was the water purification plant. Oh, it needs cement. We don't have cement yet. I do have access to another water pump, perhaps. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's 3 additional water pumps now. Water is already climbing again a bit. This actually collapsed rather quickly. Okay, we lose a bit of morale because of that, but we should... we only have regular morale now. Alright, but yeah, without water people are not that happy. It also reduces my food production because some of my food recipes depend on water. But it should be actually going again. What's going on with my cement, by the way? Shouldn't we have this one going now? Yeah, in the kiln, and we do have everything ready for cement, in fact. So I do need to build another kiln. Let's do this over here at the edge of my town. And I think those 2 pits will not be lasting for that much longer. So I'm also going to build me 2 pits. They only really cost workforce, right? And we do have plenty of that. So let's have another pit. Oh, by the way, here, there's more mining probably, right? Yes. This space we need to reserve by the mountains for the mines. So I'm not going to push anything here. Instead, we're going to have a road here going up. And along that road, we will have then some additional pits rolling for us. Right, so somewhere here. I can think about that. Let's build 2 more pits for now. As we will need more stone, more clay. As every demand basically goes up. All the water pumps have been finished. There it is. Water recovers. It was only really that. At the same time though, we are running out of power now. And my food is still a bit wonky. Especially since we grew past 600 people. So we got the achievement for the Metropolis at this point. And in that case, fair meal it is. Yeah, more kitchens. I hope we are getting an upgrade to those freaking kitchens soon though. Because that's just crazy. Let's have another 2 here. Just gonna have them on this row here. And we can actually have a full block of kitchens here, right? That's my goal. All the way then down there. That's the kitchen area. Close to my city. And also here we can make a connection now into this block, right? And here we can make this connection finished. There you go. Could have a few more buildings here and here, but we primarily will grow towards the coast now as we have lots of space there. Makes a bit more sense to me. Okay, everything under construction. That's a lot of stuff. We finished the pits. Starting with sand. Because we need more sand. 10 people. It's great to fill some workforce again. Then we have the clay with another full 10. Oh, and we're out of power. So I'm also gonna have another coal generator rolling. This, of course, you name it, will increase my coal consumption. But we have plenty of coal right now. So let's push this one. That, and then I would like to have yet another pit just for stone. Because I'm not using that yet, right? So we need stone as well. And we should have finished this one. And with that, we have cement production rolling. Another construction material that we need now. By the way, there's our new emergency shift now. Blast the boilers. That cost me a bit of coal and increases the efficiency of all active coal generators by 55%. However, it of course increases the risk of accidents by quite a bit as well. Why are we out of tools? Because we're out of iron ingots. That's also super strange. Do I have the next one rolling? Gotta monitor my iron there as well. And I need also more craftsmen. 5 more. Not enough basic tools for this. Oh, this could be a very deadly spiral downwards. 15 tools we have though, so let's train 3 more. The next pit. This one, and then we have stone. This one. Another 10 people. And then we have also my coal generator number 2 coming up now. And boy, we need it. Very, very negative now on the electricity. There it is. And power we push with 2 craftsmen, 1 craftsman. Yeah. Animals! In the first moments of our civilization's end, they were the first... boy, we really have all the topics in this game. So, what should we do now with this hunter-prey relationship, which has lasted for half a century? Now we have enough resources, and our children are growing up in a world where sharing is once again an option. Our growing welfare attracts stray cats and dogs. Of course, let's get them in. Rations needed per capita increased... What? By 20%? 20% more food demand. However, we reduce the pest infestation significantly and it boosts the morale of all classes. Yes, let's get this going. Shelter for everyone. Got the cats and the dogs in now. Got 2 more kitchens running, so this should hopefully counter the 20% increase that we have there. We'll just see. Gives me more morale. We're still only sitting at good morale though. What's going on here? Why is this not pushing further? We have a lot of water. I could push extra rations on water. Let's get this going. Water is so easy to make right now, especially with our outposts. Speaking about outposts, let's check it out here. We have the well. Let's push more people in, so this pushes more water. How's my rations looking? Fine, but getting close, right? So I cannot push that much more, in fact. And I would like to send my scouts to all these remaining points. Got the next development ready. Cemetery level 2. We got the first cemetery over there. We still have space here, but we can now upgrade that one to a better one. Also, we have access now to the fruit pies. Pretty sure it's in my bakery. There it is. And this one has the fruit pies and the herb garlic. Of course, the garlic bread is something that we absolutely need. And we're actually running out of that too. So I do need more of this anyway, the bakery. Is it a good idea to have it here though? I mean, I could have a couple more. Or do we have it by the kitchens? I think it makes more sense to have it by the kitchens. So let's just mix it together with the kitchens. And get 2 more. You know what? Let's get 3 more out here as well. For all of these new productions that we have. And there we have the bakery with the fruit pie. And let's push people in. And we're now producing fruit pies out of everything that we have. So all of these resources are rather fine. And the fruit pies are being then distributed in my... I think it was pub, right? There it is, fruit pies. And they give another morale boost. And also workforce boost to all my classes. However, they also reduce the health of my citizens. So that's that. Let's also have another one for the garlic bread. I think I need another herb garden to get this one going too. And there's my cemetery level 2. Actually, the corpses got disposed. We're starting with 0 again. That's great stuff. We got a little iron fence around it now, right? But that's it. That's my cemetery. Yeah, and the ocean is probably now full with 54 bodies that we dumped down there. Outside of that, we have now lots of space again for the dead. Okay, something interesting. We can actually upgrade a mine shaft. What happens then? Let's go with a... Let's upgrade one of my coal. There's my copper. We should have a coal shaft close by here. Iron, coal it is. Let's upgrade this one. Oh, we need the mechanized grinder. This button for some reasons is activated even though we cannot activate it yet. By the way, we can also build those lightning rods now. So I knew why I would leave some space here by the guard tower, for example. And this huge building takes care of all the lightning that's actually happening. So I'm also gonna have them here in my industry zone, right, and also over here to protect my city now from lightning. They're pretty tall. I wonder how tall they really are. I mean, holy cow. Lots of wires they cost. There it is. And now we have these lightning rods throughout Sleepy Hollow. Now, by the way, we have the cement for the water purification plant. Besides electricity, it doesn't cost me that much, and we need to build it. Oh, okay. There's the catch. It needs also coastal sites, right? And we don't have them endlessly. So let's just see where we can have them. I would like to start with one. Where should we have them? Probably down here. Yeah, there we have lots of space still. Let's build the first one. Gonna take some time. There's lots of resources. And there it's coming along. Purification plant. And poof, we have it. There's probably something else as well that we can make here. Holy cow, okay, this costs coal, sand, and copper ore to work. And we don't, of course, have enough freaking craftsmen for this. I wonder, I would like to have an instant button available for this. And just as my next water pump resource is exhausted, we have finished the craftsman. And let's get them in here. How much water is it? 400 per day out of one of them. Well, that's a pretty cool building, by the way. Also finished that mission. No idea what that mission was. 400 per day is a lot, by the way, right? So this should counter the water pumps. Plus this is endless now. As long as we have the resources, that is, of course. So this should hopefully work out. I might be tempted to build a second one right away, just because we need a lot of water. And I'm fearing that more of my water pumps are going down in the future now, right? So let's build the next one right away and get us this permanent source of water in. I just love how there is one problem coming up and you have the solutions for it right away as well, right? That you can work on in the future. Keeps the dynamics going. And yeah, with a new cycle, we continue onwards in the next episode of New Cycle. I hope you enjoyed this one. I do. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to New Cycle. What a fine day it is. You might even forget that it's a post-apocalyptic world when you're just sitting around here on the beach and enjoying the view, the ocean and the sky. And yeah, what better way to start an episode with this view, really. Also, what is coming along right now is our second water purification plant. Looking forward to this, further stabilizing my water production. That is really important as we were fluctuating on that quite a bit. Still have no idea what that freight service is. We're gonna have a look at that pretty soon, I think. Back to my village. It's a fine day. Right, it's very colorful actually when you're looking at this game, especially during autumn and summer season. It's just a joy to watch it, really. Oh my goodness, we lack a road connection here. Let's just get this one going as well. With that out of the way, let's continue. First of all, we have now reached a new cycle that we can start, and of course we're starting the cycle 6 cities already. This gives me highways. Alright, also a central freight station, there you go, a barn, fishing harbor, apartment complexes, so we're getting some, well, high-rise buildings now, mining facilities, oil pumps, so oil is a new resource that we have a look at, and also a vocational training center. I have an idea what this will bring in. Also a lot of new clothes, fine clothing, a lot of new wares, diesel, engines, power tools, oh my goodness, toddler formulas. My toddler would be very happy about this, even though I probably would not give it to him. Now, in this case here, let's just check it out. This is a lot of new developments that we have unlocked. Let's actually check it out again. We are now in cycle 6, mechanical expansion it's called, and we got the basic machinery. I think this is the baseline. Yeah, this is the baseline for the other things that we have. So apartment complex and power tools, we can actually research this right away. So let's start with the basic machinery. We're also starting the cycle with a very good stockpile. So we have basically a full resource depot right now. So everything is basically full that is important, except the medicine that is struggling a bit. Oh, a new group of strangers. 5 workers. What is this? Do we have such a low appeal, a low attraction? Actually not, we have the highest level of attraction right now. Almost. A great would be the highest one. So healthcare is actually something that's rather bad. The same goes with healthcare, with working conditions. Blast the boilers. No. Cycle process we also don't need. Where can we do something here? Workforce is also normal. There's nothing I'm doing here really. Health is also fine for both of my population, 100%. It's probably because we don't have enough medicine really. It's not stable at the moment. So we have our medicine production all the way over here. Somewhere there it is. And I think... yeah, we can actually afford a second one, right? Let's put another distillery with medicine production. As it's really important. There you go. And let's also get another road going all the way here. By the way, highways. There they are now. This would be something we can research now. Gonna be interesting how this actually affects it. Also crosswalk. People have priority using this one. There it is at the same time as my apartment complex. There you go. More medicine for my people. By the way, is there something here? No, there's really incompetent superiors. That's the only thing that's reducing efficiency here. No idea what we can do about that. Now, let's also, by the way, train some craftsmen again. And let's have a look at this apartment complex. What does it need? We can upgrade it already. How very nice. Yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade the first building to an apartment complex. Let's just go ahead with those 3 here. Alright. You know what? Let's have 4 upgraded right away. Why not? Continuing with the fieldwork research right away, there we have now the next types then. What is this here? Central fried ones. Oh, this is still a bit further away. Cylinder engine and mobility? Okay, this is still the engine. Hydraulics. This leads to something. Conveyor belts. Interesting. This is all so new to me. It's incredible. Petrol refinery with asphalt and diesels. Okay, sounds pretty complex, the whole thing. Let's have the development though going for this tech now. And we also have the possibility now, or the ability to produce power tools. That is once again in my advanced workshop that I would like to get started. So let's have this one then somewhere over here, so I can have a bunch of them. Once again, we're gonna make this in blocks, right? Also the same goes for the drinks right now. What I can see is that we are running out of it already again. Let's have another distillery here for the drinks. So I can see that we are gonna need a lot of these buildings. I would love to have something that boosts production somehow, right? But that's not the case right now. Also my herbs production is suffering a bit. That's over here, my kale yard. Do we have something with manure that we can work here? No, we can't do that unfortunately. So I will just have to go in and build me more of these, the kale yards, right? That one, but that's a very low fertility. Very low. Oh! We lost someone again. Unfortunately, there's an achievement to go for 5 years without deaths. I haven't achieved it yet, despite having super high health systems intact already. Medicine is also fine. There we have to know. There's no good fertility anywhere on the map. There we have something. 4! Holy cow, 4. Gonna make this one here right away. My new center for farming. Okay, end of the year. Who died? 14 people died from disease, disaster, lack of food or water. The rest is fine. Metal veins. Chief, with one bold new initiative, we can bring tremendous power to our entire infrastructure. We have access to plenty of resources, but we need more advanced production facilities. Okay, let's step it up. Also, healthcare, there it is. We believe vaccine production, one of the standard practices of the old world, won't strain us too much. We want to develop a vaccine that will provide resistance against the diseases. Yes. Yes. We need more herbs. I'm working on that already. There they are. High rises. 26 people we can squeeze in. That's twice as much as before. Right? Twice as much as before and way more than my baseline of 10 that we had. So almost 3 times. Also, they're looking pretty neat here. There you go. And we can upgrade them again because there's still the button for it. Crazy stuff. Beautiful. So a little downtown area is forming there right now. Okay, there's now the power tools, and we also have supply. Supply is something I don't have yet, but power tools I would like to get going. This needs wire, motors, steel and tin. get this cracking right away. So we're producing now 2.5 power tools per day. And I have a feeling that this is something my craftsman would like. There it is, power tools. And this is boosting the morale now, right? So we can push, we could push them to the next level easily with that. We get also a 10% boost already out of the high morale. So I think we can live with that for now, right? That's fine. And these guys here are also boosted right now with the great morale. So this is all looking very good. Okay, next research unlocks us the communication hub. Costs a lot of electricity again. Doesn't state anything else though. Long distance communication. We can afford it. It's an upgrade to my Scouts Guild. So let's go ahead and do this. Guess we could also work on my next one then. This would give me now the resource camp, community kitchen. This is nice. More efficient output for food. Loving that already. Fine clothing is what we need. And resource camp organizes workers to collect, okay? More efficiently than the other one before. Might also be something. Let's start with this. And then we probably go towards the vocational training for the specialist training. But we don't need specialists yet. Can't hurt to also just update my roads, right? So we're just gonna push everything now to the upgraded version, because why not? There it is, community kitchen. This should be an upgrade, right? Yes, it is. Oh, machinery. That's something I don't have yet. Machinery. So we now go for, yep, the theoretical training or the old god. Gold. Let's go for the old gold because this gives me access to oil. Okay, this is really a cool spot, so I'm gonna place a bunch more farms here. Also, we got something new, and that is the barn. And this one produces meat, but it also produces raw hide, which is really important for us. And it produces milk or dairy on top of everything else. Costs me a bit of electricity though, but then we can place it. It doesn't need any fertility, so I think I'm gonna have it out here by my farms, right? Makes sense to me to start a bit of a farming area here. Cutting a bit into those logging camps here, but that's okay. Shouldn't be that problematic. And there's my oil pump. Okay, it's not in level 3. That's a bit strange, but let's check this out. Where do we have oil? Over there. Also here at the shore? Nope. There's some oil. Okay, so here we could pump it again. Let's start with this and this. I have a feeling that we're gonna need quite a lot of them. Right, and each one of them also costs me 450 electricity. I will need another power plant again soon. Actions proposed. Okay, we got this far. We want to celebrate the cycle of growth every year with a short break. Okay, so we activate cycle celebration at certain times of the year where we can give away food, water and drinks to boost morale. Alright. There we have them. Oil, it's flowing. Holy cow. Got the first oil in now. They need a road connection. Gonna give it to them. This one and this one. And where's my road network? It's a bit far away. Is that connected now? Does it count as connected? It does. And we have the oil production running. It should be 31.25 per day. Very good. And we can now use this to process that into something else. But that's, I think, is it, right? Yeah, there we have them, petrochemicals. This gives me the petrol refinery. The fields of Sleepy Hollow, they continue to grow. And let's just check it out. By the way, why do we lose morale? It's only good morale now. Everything is fully satisfied. Oh, we don't have enough housing anymore. I see. We need more houses. I did not expect this to happen so quickly. Yeah, let's go ahead and have... I think vegetables is something we always need. And I will definitely need more herbs because we consume herbs for a lot of stuff at this point, especially also medicine. So we should always want to have herbs in stock. And let's have vegetables too. 2 times in addition. And then there we have it. Our cows. Glorious. This would be now meat. Together with rawhide, tallow and organic waste. And this one here would be dairy and manure. Let's go with the meat for now. Because I need the organic waste as well. It's a lot of resources coming out of this for the water and the grain that we consume. Okay, so far so good. Morale goes up again, but let's continue with the upgrade. Here in the center especially. Another thing I really should be doing is pushing more storehouses, because we are capping constantly, and of course for times of need we should prepare. We have a bit of a farming area over here, so it makes sense to me to also add some storehouses here. Okay, this one's upgraded. It looks pretty nifty, pretty tall as well, especially when we look from the ground. But I don't see a bonus here so far. It costs more power now, but I don't have more scouts available. Nor are the scouts faster, so yeah, we'll just see. And in the middle of winter, we have also developed a vaccine, it seems. Months of toil have finally paid off. Although medicine consumption and treatment lengths will increase to some extent, we're confident that we can manage a stable enough process to be able to afford them. A huge step forward. We get +4 health to all classes. Probability of epidemics has been reduced and per capita medicine distribution increased. What? You should ask me about this. By 60%? What? This is gonna break my medicine again. I mean, by quite a bit. Like, I would be fine by 10%, even 20%, but 60? I need to get my things going here again. Where's my distillery? Push the next one. I'm gonna push them in here now, like so, because we are running out of space for my distilleries. Health wise it should be fine though, right? And hopefully pushes further. By the way, for Sleepy Hollow, why is my health still so low? We don't have any sick, we don't have any barely healthy, we have healthy people. Season, workforce conditions, minor. I mean, okay, winter is coming to an end soon, so this should help me with that. By the way, we have finished the full tree here already. I would like to push right away into the next line. There was something that we needed. Engines. There we have the petrol refinery. I don't know what we need to go first though. Petrochemicals. Okay, this is the... and mechanized mass grinder. Let's go with the petrochemicals first, because this is the requirement for the other tech that we have there. And then we have the local logistics network. I'm looking forward to this. Freight trains incoming? I have no idea. Yeah, without a surprise, we have more than doubled our energy medicine consumption. Let's go ahead. We will need to build yet another one to make it up for. Okay, I think we should be able to squeeze one in. Yeah, let's squeeze this one in here too. I don't care. We lack the energy already. Let's push another coal generator. And at the same time, I've also opened up another coal mine in the highlands. So we still need to push the workforce in here to get more coal out of this area, right? Meat, water, and coal. That's very important to me. Can we build a road here still? Oh, it's already activated. That's not ideal. By the way, railway here, but I can't build a railway yet. So that's something for later. And then I just hope that we find... yeah, more coal and overall more... oh, this one we can activate now. Getting more... this was tin ore, right? I don't want tin ore. I don't need that. I want coal and water. These are my two most precious things right now. So I'm just gonna push my scouts here for now. Rebirth of the machine. See how our adventure has turned out, from shabby tents to a flourishing community. More, our expertise on electrical infrastructure and metalworking has advanced greatly. Though primitive, our electronic circuits have opened doors. We can start small with automizing some simple tools, but we will be kickstarting a mechanization movement. And we start with that right away. Produce 30 power tools. We should be able to finish this ASAP. I hate the thing with the craftsman though. We also need to work at the basics. I need more wires. This in turn needs more copper, and for this in turn we need more copper ore. How much copper ore do we have right now? Not enough anymore to meet demand. So we need to start all the way down again. There's my basic mine. I can still add another craftsman. This pushes a bit more. I still cannot upgrade the mine. However, there is a development coming along that should make it possible for me to soon have another mining boost, so I don't need to build so many mines. Next in line, we need smelters. We can squeeze in 1, 2 more here. That's great. And then I need another metalworks production on top of everything. Unfortunately, this is no longer possible than in here, so we'll need to move this a bit further outside. Just here by my motor production would be fine. Or here where we already have my steel production. Metalworks, there it is. Metalworks, and the next metalworks coming in here then as well. Yeah, I think from now on there will be a lot of these times where we need to work on basic stuff again, because, you know, there's so many products and we're constantly growing too. We're growing towards 1,000 people right now. Of course, there's a lot of consumption behind the scene that you only notice after certain thresholds. So there it is, also my clothes now going down. That's something we'll need to tackle. At least my power is fine, and at least my coal seems to be fine right now. That's something. We only found barren land so far on the map. Not that lucky anymore, with more deposits. By design, I think. Alright, these are coming along, so I would like to go for more copper ingots now for sure. Unfortunately, they always need craftsmen, right? So there's no way for me to get normal people in here. And this in turn needs more tools and more paper. Especially paper I don't have that much anymore. Well, I correct myself. Basic tools I also need. Really? I thought we would have enough of these. It seems like I will need also some metalworks again. I'm building here another one. So I'm building another one right away for the tools. And then we're gonna make a cut here again. So no, sorry, not the highway, not the dusty road. The cobblestone road, that doesn't activate. There you go. Okay, that's the next one. This is now for the wires. It also needs a craftsman. Craftsman to get the copper. Alright. And then this metalworks. So right now, it fails with that. Can we afford this? No. Yes. Mining facility. Is this the upgrade I've been looking for? Yes, we can upgrade the mining. Finally. This will cost me more wires though. So that's something I don't have yet. But it's very important that we get this going. Okay, there's the craftsman. Let's assign them. 1. And then we have this one here for the tools. With 1 person there as well, kicking off another production, but also of course kicking off another iron ingot consumption. We'll just see how this turns out then for irons. Also, we have unlocked specialists now, tier 3. Craftsmen and workers are very good at their jobs, however we need more advanced knowledge for mechanized production facilities. And we can train them now. There it is. And this is in the vocational center, so this is the... It's a bit hard to see actually during winter. There we have it again, right? This one we should be able now to upgrade then. Ah, there it is. We can now train them. What does it cost me? Oh, we need... Okay, I see. We need to actually train craftsmen, and out of these craftsmen we can then make specialists. So we cannot make any specialists right now because we don't have any unemployed craftsmen. How very nice. Let's train 5 more. We can do this now. This is all fine. Wasteland. Possible resources unknown. This is dead land. Okay, we have reached new territory that I haven't seen before yet. A giant pit is there. The remains of a mining operation, we presume. And we can go underground from there. There's an iron ore vein that we've also found. So down here, it's getting a bit... That's the wasteland. There's the pit. Let's have a look at the pit. Someone died. Work accident. A tailor died. Okay. Lesser mouths to feed. A fewer mouths to feed. I should also have, by the way, more kitchens intact. There it is. We need more fair meal. I'm gonna make this out of... Oh, we are out of mushrooms again. But mushroom is the only thing, as far as I know, that we cannot regrow right now. Everything else is regrowable, right? So I'm actually going with 2 times the fish here. Because we have such a huge surplus on this. Okay, we can upgrade. Nice. We start with the iron ore, I presume. Or the coal. Ah, coal is actually fine for now. Definitely want to upgrade though. I want to upgrade. Let's go ahead and upgrade the coal mine. to the next level. More unlocked, so we can now unlock us the first specialist. No idea what we need her for, but there will be a use for her. I'm pretty sure of it. Okay. We could go for this one now. We could also go for the fishing harbor, and that unlocks us the engines. Let's go for... yeah, let's go for the freighters. Freight station. Local network. Also, the pit is a potential mining facility. That's it. And there it is. We have finished a specialist, our very first one. I'm gonna keep her on reserve for now, because no idea what we're gonna need her for. And also, this mining facility now has the ore. And look at that, there she is. Can it work without it? Yes. She would, though, give me, of course, an extra edge here. So let's actually do this, as coal really is that important. And there we have them. Freight station, highway. Boy, I have no idea what all of this means. Build a road network between the central freight station and district freight stations that truck can use. To do this, okay. Okay, so we have the central freight station. Should be somewhere here. Logistics, obviously. No? Ah, level 1. And this one needs to be connected then with the freight depots. By the way, someone or some of you have also noticed that there's a housing symbol on that. Now that's because you can actually mark, and that's a pretty cool setting. You can mark these buildings here with those symbols, right? So I could say, okay, we have some food production over here going, or something else. I don't know what you need these symbols for. You could also mark it in your central area, like here, and say this is your industry zone. So you can always find your industry zone again, right? Something like that. If you don't want to show this again, it's actually not that easy. So I cannot undo this clicking here. I can rather just not say show on top of buildings, right? So now it's gone, but it counts for all of them. Getting rid of this symbol is something I haven't figured out yet. There you go. Let's also get rid of this one. And that's it again, right? So this was just a marking. No other meaning for that. Now, my scouts returned province, another area that we can now chop, hopefully. There it is. It's, of course, my main concern is always water and coal, because without those two, the lifeblood of my settlement is gone. And by the way, what I can also notice is that with all the growth we had, yeah, my meal is once again below my threshold, so we're running out of that. Also, some of you, because I'm of course scouring the comments for tips, and in this case here, some of you have been saying I should stockpile more water, 10,000 at least. Right now we are only sitting at 5,000, and as we can see, every time the threshold of a new day comes in, we're losing about 2,300 water, right? So we're dropping to almost half of my total stockpile. So we need to get this higher up. We can do this in several ways. The one way that we can do this is we can say, for my storehouses, for example, we go to water, because you know everything is being stored in the storehouse basically, and we can here say now make this one 10,000, right? 10,000 is now reserved for water out of this. It also means, of course, that other products are not having that much space anymore. So this once again is something where we, well, basically need to build more storehouses than overall. I would like to do the same thing for the fair meal. There it is, because we want to have a higher threshold of this, right? 10,000 for fair meal, and I'm also going to say 10,000 for coal. So we want to get these three most important things that we have up to the maximum, because we want to have a buffer at all times. For this, I'm also gonna build me a bunch more storehouses. Let's just see. This area is also getting more and more industrial for us, right? So we need to grow into several directions here. We got the farms over there. Here we got plenty of space now, so I would like to start also with, let's make it here, 2 storehouses again. And around that, we're gonna grow more industry. Also, more strangers arrive with 26 workers on board. I'm actually going to say no to this, honestly, because I don't want to push more people in, right? We're running out of resources already as it is, and this is just gonna make things a whole lot worse for me. I'm gonna build me another, if I find it again, because for me it's really hard to get through this menu there. You need to have it in your mind where things are, and for the life of me, I usually cannot find my freaking water, right? There is purification plant, and let's go ahead and build me another one. And let's also just check it out that we have enough input, because things are getting a bit crazy for me right now with all the demand, where at the same time we're not producing that much anymore. We also have that. By the way, some of you have also been pointing out I could power these buildings. No, right? So this is the turn off, turn on mode, right? It's got nothing to do with my power. So in this case, we consume already the power in this building. I cannot push production further by powering it up or anything like that, right? It doesn't work like that. So it's only this one for turning it off, on and off, and then we have the upgrade, and then we have the demolish button. And that's about it. That's all I can find here for this one. There's also a power button here, but it only shows me that this building is fully powered right now. So once again, something we cannot really push further. So really, I just need to build more buildings. For the kitchens, it is the upgrade. For this, we need machinery though. And glass. Now glass is something we're also running out of because we are using glass as input. So I need to have a bunch more kilns. Let's just check this out. The kiln. And yeah, we're probably pushing it more now over there. We already have our pits over there. So it makes sense to me to have the kilns then right next to the pits, right? Because that just fits together nicely. And let's have this road complete then here as well. By the way, this field camp has no more... There's no more trees here, right? But it still has 2,300 logs available. So let's go chopping. In this case, it's the bushes probably that give the wood in that case. Now, outside of that, grain is another problem. It's not my food, the primary problem. I think though we lack we lack input, right? It's not because we lack the production building. It's because we lack the input. Also, we lost a bunch of them to lightning again. These are outside of my lightning rod. No, they're not. They should not get destructed this way. Grain it is. Mushrooms it is. I still haven't found a way to get more mushrooms in. So it's all about gathering camps. Getting more mushrooms out of my gathering camp. There is another gathering camp. There is more mushrooms. There are more mushrooms. And I guess that's about it. There's also a lot of fish outside in the ocean. There is another... Oh, this is nice actually here. There is meat, herb, and mushrooms in one place. So this is something we also need to get going. Iron ore is another one of my problems. For this though, what we can do now is we can push the mines to the next level if we had the glass. So this is what I'm working on here right now. This one's not coming along. And with this, we have another glass production up and running now. Sand is really fine, right? We have 2 full pits here with that. This kiln can produce, I mean, cement we're full on. Bricks we're also full, so this is also going to be glass, right? And then we have one. Yeah, I'm probably just going to say let's make bricks here because I have no use for coal and cement in these anymore, at least for now. That's another one of my problems. Okay, water goes up nicely now, so we are pushing it to 10,000 right now. That's great. So we have a bit of a buffer here. Food-wise, it's not great still. So this is where I'm waiting for my field camps. By the way, also look at the map. We can see the symbols, right? So in this case here, now I just need to know which building actually had the symbol, because I don't remember. And it's one of... No, I don't want to have this one on a house. It's a bit of a strange system to me. I haven't figured it out entirely yet. There is my next field camp. Really, we have so much workforce. We need to put them to use, but I can't keep up with it. I can't keep up with the amount of workforce we have. One problem, though, I have too is that you cannot find these buildings anymore once you place them. They have no overlay, right? As long as no one is assigned to them, there's no overlay for them. Ah, okay, working, 0. This might help me. Let's go ahead with the mushrooms here. There is another one with mushrooms, meat, and herbs. Great stuff. That is a very good field camp that we have. Since we have the glass again, we can now continue with the upgrading of the mining facilities that we have now everywhere here. Tin ore is also a nice push, but tin ore is something that we should have. Actually, let's go ahead and upgrade it too. You never really know. And we have one smelter available as well. The copper is fine. Tin is something that we need a bit more. And for tin, we need more tin ore. We'll get the tin ingots. Oh yeah, and this is something that only the craftsmen have in their portfolio to work on. So in this case, that's okay. Yeah, food is a problem. Food is really going down right now. It's winter. I hope it's not a long winter. The thing is, we're out of mushrooms. And without mushrooms and without grain, I cannot produce. Let's just check it out. Do we have anything else? We got the meat. We got the meat and the grain. So meat is always in combination with grain. Fish and vegetable is something that we still can push a bit. Let's do this. So I might go for 2 of them with the fish and the vegetables, but we're already having quite a lot of them in it. This one we can also go with fish and vegetables to give us a bit more time. Holy cow. That's something I did not expect, honestly. To run out of food so quickly again. There's my mine. I hate that the game actually resets my input. So now I need to remember. We had iron here, right? That was that. And this one here was, I think it was copper. There's the other upgrade that we have. So that's the copper one. There you go. Pushing more copper again. We could also get a specialist in here now. But then I would need to have more specialists. Okay, winter is not that long this year. And there's my last mining facility. And I think this was the tin, right, that we had. So let's push tin and get the tin in. And by the way, of course, yes, we can then also upgrade these here now, the small mining shafts. Let's upgrade the tin one, for example. And this will then also give me access to conveyor belts. So you can see this coming out here now. That's super interesting, right? We'll just see how that mechanic plays. And we continue in the next episode of New Cycle. Hope you enjoyed this one still. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone. Hello and welcome back. Now we start this episode right away with what exactly a new cycle. And that is a new Metropolis, it's called. So let's have a look at that. This is one of the absolute last and newest, also latest cycles that last time I played this game wasn't even there yet. And we do have conveyor belts with that now. Belt mergers, train stations, greenhouses, advanced water pump, oh yes please, and warehouses. Together with, yeah, a whole bunch of upgrades for all of my previous buildings. Also it unlocks me machinery finally, right? I've been waiting for this because we need this already for some of my upgrades. End of the year is also upon us. Zero new people joined. We declined them. I need to stop the rapid growth that we have right now because my food is problematic to say the least. And yeah, also my annual ration balance dropped quite significantly with all of that. Now this cycle is really massive, and then there's only one more after this, and then we have reached the age of cold steel, right? But now we're here in a new Metropolis. This is pretty great. And for this, let's check out what kind of new research we have all the way now over here. So we basically finished this. I could still go for, by the way, the fishing harbor. Let's do this. It costs 41,000 knowledge, but we have a lot of knowledge. It's all about usually the paper that is limiting me. And then we are jumping right into these buggers here. Also the sawmill. I can't wait to see what that is, that we finally have an upgrade to my lumber mill. That should be glorious. More craftsmen were... Oh, only 2? Really? I paid 1,000 paper for this, and only 2 of them managed to pass the test. And that is disappointing. Okay, the next purification plant is finished. We want to push more water, even though we're reaching the limits of what's possible. Food is now climbing, thanks to having spring again and having mushrooms coming in. It's really one of my most important resources because it's part of so many recipes. At this point, all of my mines have been upgraded too, so the raw materials are coming in, right? And we can still push more mines than over here, as we have the space for just all of that. Very nice. This time, all 5 craftsmen, by the way, were able to make the test. Very nice. Fishing harbor and engine. Fishing harbor is something I would like to try out. Oh, it's not an upgrade to my fisher? Obviously, it's not. Fishing harbor, yeah, makes fish. We have the resources for this. Holy cow, this is huge. Where could we squeeze this one in? By the cemetery. No, this one is so big that it's gonna be hard to find a place for it. Okay, it's also not possible here. Of course, we got a huge beach here where we have the water purification plant. So let's go ahead and get me my fisher going here. Just want to have this one here for the sake of it. It's a really cool looking massive building that we get out of this one. Now comes the quarry conveyor system. Actually, we need the conveyor system if we want to go for the quarry. Alright. And then we have the hydraulics with the sawmill. Let's go with the hydraulics first. I want to get that sawmill upgrade going. There it is, sawmill. And with that we have the lumber mills now. Where should we go with them? There's my lumber mill number 1 for the paper. There is one for the firewood. By the way, I haven't checked it in ages. Do we have firewood? I would be very surprised if we had firewood available right now. Yeah, a bit of it. It's fine though, because we can of course now upgrade my production. So let's go ahead and push this one for the lumber, and then we have one for the paper. So all 3 of them. And I can already see that we're gonna need some more craftsmen for this. Even though my paper starts to lag a bit. Now, that's the hydraulics completed. Conveyor belt system would be now my next one. And then we have the sequential operations, and that all leads then into these. Like the greenhouse, for example. Indoor cultivation sounds crazy good. So we probably don't even need any fertility anymore. Advanced water pump. And train station, that's interesting. And there it is. Looks more industrial now. And we have all 3 of them, so one is once again for lumber. And yeah, we could assign now a specialist. It's not required though, but of course it's advisable, I think. Then we have the firewood, and then we have our, paper. There you go. That's rolling again. There's also, by the way, kitchen here that we could still use. Mushroom, fish, vegetable, water. Let's go with this. To push more. Even though food is now, yeah, very good. But I want to go for 10,000, of course. Can't hurt to also start with another type of clothing. And that's the fine clothing. It's actually rather cheap in comparison. So the workwear that we have costs 4 input resources. Whereas the fine clothing only costs me 10 leather and fabric. Let's go ahead and get the tailor going. So this is also a new product that we have for my, I think for my specialists then. And yeah, there it is, tailor. And the cool thing is, we can still squeeze in 2 more here. Oh, here, that's my tailor row actually, this one. So I'm gonna continue with that in the industry zone, all the way up here. And then probably this leads then into this area, and then down here again. To this and into that. Nice. So here we now made the connection to go all the way down. Now we go for the petrol refinery finally. So this one here produces diesel and asphalt. We need asphalt especially for the highway system. Outside of that we cannot get this done. And we need the diesel of course for fuel. And also it can process rubber. Holy cow. We will need the petrol refinery quite a few times. So I would like to reserve a whole block just for this one. Probably not so close. We could have the petrol refineries here actually, right? Yeah, around that storehouse. Or in my heavy industry zone. What do we have here? That's my distilleries. I still would like to have, of course, another full row of distillery here. You just need to have this. And then we will have this road. This is a bit annoying. I cannot switch the road on the fly. There you go. This goes all the way down, right? And then we have this whole block now available for my refinery. There, let's also make this block. I can only work when we structure this one with roads first. And then we can put in now my petrol refinery. And I think we might do it like this. We cannot do it because there's a rock in between. Now we can. Does it need a road connection? Doesn't look like it. Let's place one. We can also check it out for the specialists now. So these are the highest tiers of population we have right now. And they would like to need, yeah, they are going with the simple meal right now. Probably not particularly happy. Let's give them a fine meal. So this pushes their morale a bit. They need water, but it's really a small population right now. 2 people. So yeah, also water they need, and the precision tools I don't have yet. The rest is fine though. So these people are fine. Then we have our normal craftsmen. They're still living off simple food. We can only give them that, what we have. There's also nothing else here. And then we have the normal population. Okay. So this is all as it should be. Conveyor belt system researched. Next in line. Right away. Paper. We don't have paper left. Advanced distillery. Greenhouses. The train station. Industrial kiln. but I think the quarry with the warehouse would be my next goal here, because the warehouse is of course more space again, and the machinery is something we need for our trucks. So I need more paper. We're producing quite a bit though. I can of course still have my sawmill with the paper production. There it is. Assigned a specialist. Is this a lot? It's okay. 30 more paper per day. Almost 300 with that per day. Training completed. Yes, everybody passed. Thank you very much. And we should also have it finished. The petrol refinery coming along just now. That's gonna be quite a dirty building, I reckon. And there we have it now, diesel. And oh, okay, diesel produces diesel and asphalt at the same time. And then we have a rubber that produces only rubber. So let's start with that. Of course, we're gonna make this one... It needs a specialist to work. So that's the very first thing I can see here. And the rest is then just pushing it. Let's train 2 more specialists now. That's a lot of paper. And then we're gonna go in and have another one for the rubber that we also will need. So this makes it a bit easier, having 2 products coming out of that. Once again, we need a freight service here, and we're gonna work on that in this very episode. Holy cow, look at that. Isn't this a beauty? That's our very first fishing harbor. And yeah, we can now go in and say, produce me tons of fish. I mean, holy cow, that's a lot. It needs diesel as an input. So we'll just see if that is enough diesel. 13 people. That's also something I like to see, because we need to get rid of our people somehow. And this is now producing lots of fish, really. So that's... We're not even fully staffed here, right? Road connection is also required. Huh? It has a road connection. Oh, it's not connected up here. How very droll. Training completed. My specialists. We're gonna need them right away for the next petrol refinery. That is then here with the rubber. Energy is fine. There's more... A group of travelers is coming again. Screw them. Even though food... food could be fine. Let's go with the rubber. Not enough craftsmen. It works without craftsmen, by the way. So just a specialist required. And with that we produce now, out of sand and crude oil, rubber, my next resource. 2 more resources. I need more craftsmen. Where's my paper? Paper's looking okay. But we also need to research. Let's have another go at craftsmen. And then all the way down here. Not connected to the road network. What does this mean? Because it is connected. What's going on here? This is one road that goes in here. This one has connection to the road. Are you screwing with me? Like on the overlay it's there. Let's try it out again. Now it's working, okay. Now it's producing the 140 fish per day. A normal fisherman is 13 fish. I mean, holy moly. This is just unreal. That jump. It also counts for bio-waste, by the way. Like, we're producing 20 more bio-waste. 20 times more. In just one of them. And they're not even fully staffed yet. So now I can push in a few more craftsmen that we just trained. Right, to get 230 fish out of this per day. Of course it consumes diesel, but we have a lot of that already. So 22 workers would like to join. Yeah, let's accept them. Gonna push towards 1,000 people now in the population of Sleepy Hollow. 1,500 paper gives me enough for the sequential operations. With that we have the warehouses and the quarry and the machinery. I continue with a bunch more expansions now for Sleepy Hollow itself. So another block of housing here. And I said I wanted to push further than down to the south. So we're also gonna do this just here. And another block then, or another row of houses here. Especially since we will definitely need a lot more space. That's this one. And then we are at the apiary. It's still the very first one, by the way. Still producing enough honey for us. And then more expansion into this area. Sawmill. Oh yeah, that would be quite a boost here. But I'd rather keep my specialists for really important things that we need. The pit has the upgrade. I would really like to do this. So let's upgrade all 3 major pits that we have over here. Right away. Oh, that's a lot of cement. Each one of them needs 378 cement. That's more than I had in store. Even though we were full on that. Shouldn't be a problem though, right? Where's my cement production? Should be in a kiln. Can we see the products? There you go. There's my cement. It's working though. There's more coming in, but it's being used right away for that quarry here. The other thing that we have now is the upgrade to my storehouse to the warehouse, and we can actually afford this as well. So let's go ahead and do this for these two. Start with that. I might actually, it's very cheap honestly. Let's go ahead and have these here upgraded as well. So all 4 of my major storehouses now. We have another one here. Yeah, let's also upgrade this one right away since we have the resources. Okay, oh my goodness, that's the new quarry. This looks ridiculously good. What an upgrade, honestly. So this is now the clay. Oh, less workforce, and we need a specialist in here now to produce a whole bunch more. Then we have the stone. Do we need to have a specialist? Oh god, okay. Craftsman, yeah, fill it in, train them. This one's still waiting too. And then we have these here, but there's no upgrade yet. I think we have to do the tech for this already. Industrial kiln, there it is. Let's go ahead. Costs me the paper though. We need it for training too. Let's wait. Let's wait before we research anything further. Okay, there are the warehouses now. They look strange, honestly. So these are really, that's the new building, right? It's really just a steel structure that we have as the new one that gives me a whole bunch more. And as we can see, we have an up to 75,000 total storage right now. And in this, yeah, that's... No, this storage is 75,000. We have a total of 47,000. Almost 500,000 in total storage right now. Great stuff. And since we are actually getting full on the fair meal and the water again, I'm considering pushing this to 20,000 maximum storage now. The same goes with the water. Right, so this is really something we need to do. And I think coal is the other one that I want to. This is construction. Craftable? There's my coal. We're also full on that. That's great to see. Okay, got a few more specialists out now. Oh, the specialist doesn't help. We need the craftsman to absolutely make this work. But now all 3 of them are working again. Let's have a look at the normal quarry, because I always like to see. The normal pit produces 60 clay per day, right? And this one here is now at 63. That's a disappointment, because this is now fully operational, right? It requires a specialist. It requires craftsmen, workers. It has no penalty right now. Fully powered. Fully powered. And it produces 3 more per day. This can't be right. This seems very wrong, right? So that's barely more. I would have expected at least twice as much. For the sand we produce 63 in the normal one, and it's 48 in the new one. And each one of them consumes 1,700 electricity, specialists and craftsmen. And it's barely more. No, sorry, this is not worth it. We're gonna demolish them. Unless I'm overseeing something here. These are absolutely ridiculously worthless to me. Let's go ahead and build me the normal pits again. And the thing about them is, you know, we can just place more of them because there is no requirement or anything. And we have the workforce, right? The only downside to them is they need more normal workforce, but we're stuffed with them. Next is now my machinery as my new product that I want to get, and for this we need more general workshops. So that's something we have done as a tier... Was it a tier 2? Yeah, there it is. Resources we have, so we will need a bunch of them anyway, right? I could have them in this area then. 1, 2... Let's make it 3 additional ones. Keeping a bit of space here because I don't know if we need a highway into this area. We'll just check it out then. And... there's also my pits now. All of them work again. Very good. One more I've added for the stone. And where's my sand? Because that's something. There you go. Sand is also positive again. We also have a burial demand. Dire need for cemeteries. That's probably because so many people died. Of course not because of any mistakes. But it's work accidents. It's stuff like that. Cemetery, level 1. We have the level 2 one. And yeah, let's have it. Does it matter? It doesn't really matter. Let's have another one right here. And probably also here. Alright, so we got the cemetery row. Okay, got quite a few of these workshops now. Precision tools, supplies, that's gonna be very important. I think power tools. Do we have power tools? I don't see them up here. They should be in the product. Power tools. Oh, we're out of them. So I need to have at least one of them with the power tools as well. Alright. I could assign another one. And then I would like to start with the machinery now. And this needs steel, tin ingots, wire, a lot of them, and motors. The motors we produce, the major problem... Oh, it's 0.6 per day. The major problem here will be wire and tin. For this, let's have a look at my smelter again. We're lacking tin ingots. So there we have the tin rolling in. A specialist can help out with that a bit. Not too much though. The tin ore is already here. Upgraded as well. So yeah, I just need more mining facilities. More production that front. Can I... Okay, I could use another one here. I would like to do this. And then we're building another one up here now. And then another one here. Let's make sure that we get as many resources in as possible. The craftsmen are getting quite numerous at this point, and I would like to give them something in return. I would like to push them up to the fair mill now, so this will give them extra morale. We keep the extra distribution for now because we can afford it. The rest is also fine here. The specialists, still only precision tools, no clothing yet on that side. But we can still add specialists to these mining facilities to further push the output. And I can see that I will definitely need more paper. That's not enough. We do have the log surplus though. So let's have another sawmill working on paper. Where should we have you? Not anymore in here. Let's have them just beside my warehouses here. We still have those farms here. They're barely visible in autumn. In fact, we need a lot of new ore coming in. So the iron ore is also out. Let's go ahead and push. It's another 63 iron ore coming in per day. More strangers. 22 workers. This would push us. Yeah. There it is. We have over 1,000 people now in Sleepy Hollow. There's more craftsmen coming out. All of them. Very good. And let's also train 2 more specialists while we're at it. Next in line, this one. Oh, we need to analyze the depots again. Deposits. This one and this one. Okay, next in line would be copper most likely. That's also something that's dropping pretty hard. Also they need a road connection, all of them. And then we have the mining facility. Do we have tin? We have tin close by. Very good. So this one also gets the craftsman in for the tin. And then we should have one more down here. This is already working now for the iron. There is 1 million available, right? Quite a lot. More copper ore, more coal. By the way, there are aesthetic assets in this game. So we have these trees here, for example, that we can have as a courtyard or something like that in here. There's also cobblestone. Then we have, yeah, some industrial assets. And that's about it though. Right, so not that much, but at least a bit. Next development, industrial kiln. In this case, we have the kilns over there with the glass production. Check it out with the products again and the bricks. Bricks we definitely don't need, but glass we actually have quite a consumption, right? So glass is only growing slowly. Let's have an upgrade here and just see how it goes. I'm only gonna upgrade one though this time because I'm still a bit shocked by the quarry. Okay, this one's actually pretty great. So the industrial kiln now produces 95 glass per day, and it's not even fully staffed, and the normal one fully staffed produces 32. So even with that, it's already 3 times as much, and if we add a specialist, this is probably only gonna go up now as well. Very nice. So this is an upgrade that we can live with. This brings me now finally to the freight station. Now we'll just see, these guys here already need one, right? So these guys here would love to get it. For this we have somewhere, I left a bit of space available to get in, honestly. There it is. Yeah, this should be possible, right? Since we also have now the highway system. Let's check it out. There it is, right? So we can get the thing in here. And for this, I'm going to have my central freight station. Where should we have it, by the way? Because I'm pretty sure... Oh, also more trains. Okay, I cannot move my camera anymore when we... The water also needs the freight, but I think I'm gonna start with the industrial zone. It makes the most sense to me, right? So let's start with this one a bit further outside, because it really requires a lot of space. So let's have this one somewhere here. There you go. And it will also need a road connection. That will be here to that area, and then of course here the connection with the industrial zone. This is a huge construction, by the way, so this will take some time. More specialists, and I would like to immediately also train more craftsmen again, 5 of them. And let's check out what else we could research. The water pump we have now. Ah, the greenhouse, that is something I like. Let's go ahead and get the greenhouse going. Perhaps this is the way to get mushrooms in permanently without seasonal changes. That would be great. We're still also, of course, scouting a bit the wasteland, but there's not much else I think that we could go for right now. So this is the first one, right? And then we need the freight depots. So these are the ones connecting it them. They have their own radius, as you can see. And having this one here, for example, would then grant me that freight bonus for all of these here, or freight bonus for all of these here, right? So if we have it somewhere here, these people here would then profit from this. So let's get this one going just here. Let's also make it a road connection. Right, and then we need the highway now. There it is. Oh, cannot make it like so? Really? Okay, the actual highway, look at that, is bigger than what the preview showed me. So the actual highway is 1 tile bigger. This is disappointing, right? The visuals... It's a bit misleading, because I thought the highway would be the square that we have there, but if I paint it, then it's much bigger. Alright, what do we do now? What do we do now? We could get rid of this road here. This is just... It was so nicely planned out here. Okay, I'm not gonna give up here though. So we're gonna rebuild the workshops around the freight depot and also close to the mining facility that also needs the freight services, right? So I'm gonna actually delete them here now, because that's the only solution that comes to mind right now. Constructing them again is actually not that expensive. And now we can go ahead with the power tool again. There's then the freight service. Power tool number 2 it was for this guy here, right? And then we got this one here had the machinery that I also want to get going again. And this one here has machinery as well. There you go. So now they're working again, and now we have this space here. The thing with the highway is that it's really not easy to also make a curve, right? You can only go in a straight line, and if you have the intersection, you can actually make then a curve or something like that. But this is really, yeah, it's not as easy as the roads. Let's get the depot going now. So this one right here in the center will push all of them, as we can see, and all of them require the freight service to work, right? Yeah. Let's just hope we have no more bad surprises here. This one has then around it, and now we can go ahead and have then this one goes all the way up with all the asphalt that it needs. Holy cow, that's a lot. Building that first highway. Look at that. Oh, the bushes don't disappear. I hope they disappear. Then we need to be, I think, rather tight here, right? Look at that. Okay. I cannot place it on top of it, so I need to be really This is also strange. Let's just check it out. I hope we can actually make it work like this. What is this? I cannot build it on top of it, so I need to actually build it before and just hope that it connects now. There is no other thing. Is it connecting? Please connect. And then we have the highway coming in here. Right. I think we have a connection. Okay, and then we have our central freight station now. Cement is a daily upkeep for it. We need to have a lot of people in here working. And then we need to build the trucks. And those trucks cost engine, glass, steel, wire, and rubber. We don't have engines. Another product we need to get going now. I think we have researched it already. So we should have it somewhere. Machinery, it's not. But I'm pretty sure the engine comes out of that somehow. Okay, there's the engine actually, and it is part of the metalworks. So very low-tech industrial building actually that we have. And yeah, once again, need a bit of space for these. So I'm gonna go ahead and have my metalworks here. Let's have 2 more lined up in this area. We, by the way, continue with the final text that we have here. That's the inline combustion chambers. Now, there is nothing coming out of this, obviously. At first glance, right? It just says manufacturing highly efficient combustion chambers will usher us into a new era of growth. Alright, I mean, no idea what this means, but let's go ahead and research it. Also, we need more diesel. Diesel that we have here. I should have another craftsman, there you go. But I will need more of that. There we have now our engine production. Motor production? We have though. There it is. So there's no my engines. Okay, 2 engines per day. Holy moly, that's quite an input of wires though that we have out of this one. And this one here also goes with the motor. Right? Because we are lacking motors a bit. We consume them already. But I will need more wires. I can already see this. So that's something we need to get going. All craftsmen survived. Very good. Let's train more. And let's go in and produce more wires out of the metalworks. So that's another row of metalworks just here. This will, of course, once again, also increase my ingot consumption. And I hope that we have enough of this. There you go. Alright, there's the truck now. We should be able now to build them. Yes, each truck needs 1 engine, so we can already start with 3 trucks right away. Let's start the production. There you go. Exciting. The culmination of this game, of all of what we have achieved so far, is coming along here now in the freight station. Sorry for that, I'm not a native speaker and I always mispronounce freight or freight. There you go, we have the next craftsman ready now. Let's train them again. This development takes a lot of time this time around. Lack of staff? What is this? Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna push too many craftsmen in here. I don't see the reason for this, honestly. Let's wait for this. There they are. Finished. Oh, they need then people. And those people now drive the trucks to the central station here. And we can now assign a bus to it. There you go. Needed capacity is 500. 1 bus makes 100. Alright, so I'm gonna assign 3 more to this. And there they are. I did not expect to see them, honestly. This is just crazy. That's really nice, because this adds a whole bunch of new life to this game. I love it. I love it. We got the trucks now rolling. Quite a lot of them too. Oh, there's even traffic lights here, right? So they have to stop, get onto the junction, and then continue onwards. And this, of course, solves now one problem, and that is the freight operational services. They are now activated, so all of these buildings here produce now more than before. At least I hope so. Right? Because I don't have... Let's just check it out. This one... Oh, we reached maximum capacity anyway. What's the radius for this one, by the way? It's huge. It's nice. It's okay. Right? So it affects the whole industry zone now with that. And with that, we should have... general more output, right? And they are then delivering it back home again. We could also take it over for free roaming. Okay, so we can drive. We can drive it now, yeah. Why not? That's a nice detail for this game. So far so good. I hope you enjoyed this one. New cycle onwards. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to the last episode of New Cycle as we really push into Endgame now. I have my trucks, I'm actually pretty content. Well, there's one more thing that's of course missing, and that's trains. That's a whole bunch of different things as well that we can add now. First of all, we have now finished our very first, well, I don't know what it is really. Is this still work in progress? We finished the inline combustion chambers. But really, there's nothing coming out of this. There isn't even a passive effect, what I can see. Nor did we get a new building out of this. So, yeah, it's there for the looks of it, I guess. Indoor cultivation, we have finished. Advanced recycling facility and distillery would be probably my next one. And then we have it, the enhanced engine application with the train station. Let's actually start with that, because I have two other things that I would like to get going as well right away. The first one is now that we have the greenhouses, and this one here gives me raw food. It needs a freight connection again, so we have this now. So of course we gotta make sure that we have these now lined up around this, right? So I'm probably starting with my greenhouse sector, some over there. Look at the radius, it's nice, it's really good, I like it. Let's go ahead and start with 3 greenhouses here. Why save it, right? And electricity would be my main problem though that I have. We have a diesel plant though. We can produce electricity out of diesel. I would like to do this because diesel is really cheap to produce. And let's get this going somewhere over here. Also by my trucks, because this requires it, right? Probably somewhere over there. Let's have it here, right? There's a good location for it. That we have them light up here then. All around that. By the way, we can always take the depot and expand that network, right, that we have now. So there's a whole bunch of options here now out here in the wilderness to get more of them going. So I think let's just check it out like this. We can have another one, right? And there's then a highway system going all the way over there out of this intersection. By the way, yeah, this is something I don't like so much though, right? This intersection system, it's a bit wonky. Crossroad, there you go. Now we make a proper one, and now I can actually say highway all the way into this direction. We lack the wires though for this. I should have somewhere got the metalworks done. There it is. And let's assign people to that to produce more wires. This will increase my copper consumption again, but we have a lot of that as I've already built on that. And we have one more metalwork available just in case. We're also full on tools, so I don't need to worry about this for now. I don't want more strangers. Sorry, people. Sorry, we have a big enough town for now. Do we have homelessness? Nope, not at all. Not in the slightest. This is coming for power. The greenhouses are already finished. That was fast. So this is a vegetable and herb production now coming out of these. The other thing, and that's really cool, I've been waiting for this for a long time, that we have now, is the tubule. The tubule? I can't pronounce this. The tubule cavern. This one produces mushrooms, right, out of it. It also needs a connection to my trucks again. Let's have this one on that side, and let's start with 2 of them right away as well. This is really expensive though. Let's make a 3rd one because there's an achievement coming out of that too. Building 3 of them. Diesel plant. And by the way, we should build more trucks as well, since we have the engines, right? I just don't have the wires, but that's it. Wires should be fine though. Train station development completed, very nice. Then we have the water, and then we have the advanced distillery. We lack the cement for this though, because of all the construction, but that's okay. Let's check out the greenhouses. So there's only 2 people working them, and they already produce what? This seems like cheating now, right? It's 120 vegetables per day with a bit of water input, and it only needs 2 people working it. That's crazy, right? And then we have the herbs. That actually needs some clay as well, but that's as well it, right? So this is really cheap. And then we have the diesel now. There it is. We need a specialist for this. It produces 21,000 electricity and it's not even fully staffed yet. 30,000 electricity. That's crazy. We need a bit more diesel though, but yeah, diesel is also really cheap, so that's another petrol refinery. Okay, oil though is lacking for this. So let's go another petrol refinery here. And then I will also need another oil pump. So for this, once again, we need some oil. There we have it. And you know what? Let's actually just get this one here going too, because you cannot have not enough oil. It's also very cheap to produce. Trucks. Wow, we still like the wires. You know what? Let's actually have a wire production going here too. And I will also need to get my craftsman training up and running again. We have paper. That's great. Food is fine. Water is fine. Rations are fine. And coal. Coal is also fine. So we are stockpiling on all of this, even though it's winter right now. Do they work, the greenhouses, during winter? They should, right? Yes. Total normal production now for vegetables. The vegetables and the fish together, that basically solves my food problem forever, right? Because vegetable and fish makes the highest amount of food, right? So it's endless now at this point. You can scale it up to oblivion. We also have the first cavern now working, and this also solves my mushroom problem now that we have. There you go. Mushrooms forever at this point. And fully staffed, this one produces almost 40,000 electricity. It's also connected to my trucks. Yeah, we have 50,000 power now available at all times. This is just crazily good. Okay, there's also the advanced now, also the recycling facility. And now I also need to push this one. This needs tin and copper to produce bronze. And this only employs craftsmen, right? And the same counts for this one. Bronze. We need more of that. They're also working now. The rest is fine. More training. I'm not able to really fill that completely this time, so we need to have a bunch of training going. And regarding diesel, I don't even need that petrol refinery for now, as diesel is full anyway. Right, so we have the rubber, and then we got the diesel over there, but this is entirely fine. Truck-wise, now we can build a few more trucks. I would like to produce 5 more, because we really need them. And then we have the wires now going again, right? Yeah, wires are going up, though it's a bit slow. It's a bit on the slow side. For the train station, we'll need 230 wire. And we also still have that depot that I would like to build. So here it is, right? And this one now has the... Oh, look at that! You don't even need the highway. The trucks are just going over the wilderness. That's taking me by surprise a bit here. Let's just see. I'm going over here for now. I think it's just faster and a bit more organized then, right? And then I'm going with this one. Yeah, this is a bit of a crazy thing now. I have a normal T section. I have this intersection. Okay, this wouldn't make much sense, right? Okay, let's try this out. Oh yeah, this works. Even though it looks a bit strange. No, because you can't go in a diagonal. Okay. Yeah, that highway system needs work, honestly. There's no curve. There's a sign of slow down in this area, but that's about it. It's also just crazy to me how my production exploded since we added the truck depot to all of this area, right? So it's like another switch has been put on, and they're all just producing way more than before now. That's pretty great. Also, we're lacking the workforce soon. Look at that. We need more immigration again. Yeah, I guess so. Now, regarding the train station, let's have it built here at the very end of this highway system, all the way out here, right? So where we can easily then add tracks to it. There is, yeah, the barns in between, but I don't care about them really, as we can easily move them out. I wonder where this one needs to go though, because on the world map, what we have now is my very first area here, right? Sleepy Hollow, and here we can now add then the railway. So let's do this. This will add an 80% daily production bonus to this area. which is pretty neat. That counts for water, for my mine that we have here, the coal mine, and for my logging. That's a nice additional effect. By the way, let's not be douchebags and add a crossing for people so they can safely go over there. Next, we have also the upgrade now to the advanced distillery. I would like to get this going at least for one now, because I'm not entirely sure once again what the bonuses will be. So we're just gonna check it out then for this. And development wise, yeah, we're also at the last development now here. That gives me really something, and then it's just these guys here. I'm not entirely sure that I'm getting that much bonus out of it anymore. The deep mines, for example, sound nice. Overall, lots of trucks in the area, alright, so we can add another one here. So this one gives me now the good coverage for this area. That also maximizes then the efficiency. And look at that, there's actually some traffic then going on with the traffic lights. I wonder why the bushes do not disappear though. That's a bit unfortunate. It looks wasted, right? It looks like a proper wasteland, of course. This area though I like, look at that. There's 2 trees here as trucks going into this depot there. One truck is enough for the maximum coverage right now. Of course, there's not much going on out here. We still have, though, the oil pump. And they're automatically producing, right? They still need to have a road connection, though. So that is something I could add from here. And then all the way out to this one. And then all the way out to this one. And then I should have another pump down here somewhere. There it is. There you go. To push their output further, even though of course that's totally not necessary right now. Okay, regarding the tracks, we have finished now our train station, and now we need to complete the railroad tracks before we can manage locomotives. And let's just check it out. There it is. And what I can see is over there we probably need to go, right? This looks like it. That we need to have our tracks going outside so that we can access our world map with that. And lucky us, we have a proper curve here for this, right? So let's just go with this. This will cost me, yeah, steel, lumber and whatnot. Then we're going in one full straight line. There's even a bridge, but I guess this one should be fine. And let's build it. Connecting us now with the world map. Does it? Have we finished our project here already? Yes, we have. So this one is already working, it seems. Yeah, it's active and it's working. I wonder if we get the 80% daily production boost out of this. Cannot really see it. I think here we can see it though. Okay, so what I can see is now the railway theoretically is working, right? So the access is there, the 80% production kicks in. We have the workforce for this as well. We're also consuming now the tools. But in this case here, there is no train really per se on the tracks as far as I know, right? So this is just perhaps cosmetic because it's now connected to the world map. There's nothing else I can do. I could try to give it a road access as well, but you know what, we have this already going, so... That might be over here to that highway there. Or let's actually have it down here to have one giant road going through. And that's about it, right? There's nothing else I can do here now. Nor is there any additional building or something that would give me anything. Regarding my cycle, there's one more cycle that we need to unlock. And for this we need the quarry. Oh no, we need it 4 times. And we need the industrial kiln. Now the kiln is easy, right? Because that also gives me a tangible effect. Something that we can work with. Oh, it requires steel and we're out of steel, in fact. Let's have a look at my products again. Where's my steel production? There it is in the metalworks. Actually, it's fully operational. I just need another one. Because we have so much construction going on right now. Metalworks, but wait a second. Didn't I push another one here? Oh yeah, they're all working already on something. Let's go ahead and have another metalworks then here for more steel production. In fact, let's make 2. And then I need to have those quarries, right? Now the quarries, they're useless to me as far as I see. So I'm just gonna build them. Oh, that's a lot of resources though. 3 quarries. Just have them here, right? And then we can push more industrial kilns. But it's all about the steel now. Can I put priority on this one? No, I can't. But this should be done quickly. And the train goes shoo. There it is, in fact. We have built a locomotive. And get our trains out. Fantastic. In fact, there are several trains now rolling through. And the thing is, you need to have a rail connection on both sides of the train station, right? So everything needs to be connected, not just one. And with the completion of the 4th quarry, we should have now, finished also the last cycle, Age of Cold and Steel. This would unlock us some upgrades again to my mining, but yeah, that's about it. There's nothing really new coming in anymore. We have completed all the cycles now with that. What a great game, honestly. The only downside is probably that the city development is a bit in the back for New Cycle, right? So it's a bit in the background. You're just placing a few shelters here and have some services, but that's about it. The main focus of this game definitely is the complex industries that you're building all the way to the end, all the way then to trucks and to railways and stuff like that. And you're really building a nice dystopian post-apocalyptic city. Also, I should say that I haven't encountered a single crash so far, nor a game-breaking bug. So that's also quite an achievement, I should say. And for this, I recommend this game dearly. It also has a lot of achievements. All of them are very quickly achievable if you're an achievement hunter. So yeah, my goal here is this is a very recommendable game at this point. I can't wait what the future updates bring in, especially also with the next levels of trains then and conveyor belts and better complex industries. And I would really like to see a bit more city development though, right? So better buildings there, a bit more variety perhaps, also some ornaments and stuff like that, more focus on services, that you get a thriving city out of that and not just, yeah, at this point you're really just building an industry, right? Industrial complexes, something like that. I hope you enjoyed this Let's Play. I very much enjoyed my playthrough of this game. New Cycle does not disappoint. You should really support small developers when they push out great games. It's hard these days. With that, let's move on to the next game, shall we? Stay tuned. Thanks for watching.